what can I say? I'm just a glutton for punishment. Thanks, Ninja, for the follow. Look, man, I had a pretty long 2 days at work, and I was like, you know what? I still want to play some PoE. So I figured I'll do one more run tonight. Not on hardcore SSF drift, yeah, I'm not that good. We'd have to do SSF. Found any tweaks yet? What's up, Creams? I think we're mostly ironed out. This is me just, there's no way I'm doing X-Arc balls drift. Come on now, like stop it. I've got the reaction speed of a elderly person. I think the build is mostly ironed out for Friday. Yeah. Look at that, guys. It's right there. 1 hour, 1 day and 19 hours. It's crazy. It's right around the corner. But yeah. Five and a half hour campaign. Damn, Drip. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like how I've seen this guy comment both on my content, and Corbin posted his new video, and he was like basically saying my build is crap because I have golden oils for annoyance, and that's going to be at least 10 divines. And I'm like, bro, how much do you think golden oils really are? First of all, how many players do you think are going to be level 90 or 96 on day 2? Not many players, actually. And secondly, how much do you think golden oils actually are? Like, how expensive do you actually think golden oils are? You think they're really like 2 to 3 divine a piece? So you can go here and you can click on golden oil. You can actually look at price history. A golden oil on league launch. What league am I on right now? Standard? No. Let's go to Mirage. So a golden oil on league launch was 1 divine for 2 oils. So even if you wanted to do the annoyance the weekend, you could basically get for 3 divine more oils than you need, which gives you double curse and charisma. That's if you're even level 90 or 96 on Saturday or Sunday, which most players won't be. So like, he was like, oh yeah, it's like 10 divine, bro. It's like at least 10 divines. This build is bait. And I'm like, dude, how much do you think a golden oil really is on league start weekend? I'll tell you what it isn't. It ain't 2 or 3 divine and oil. I'll tell you that right now. That ain't the case. And once again, how many players are actually going to be level 96 on Saturday? Or level 90 even on Saturday? Not many players. Some people, sure, but yeah, I just thought the comment was kind of funny. He was just like, yeah, man, build's basically bait. And I'm like, he had tried to rage bait a comment like that on my content first. And I'm just like, do you not know what prices actually are on a league start economy? I don't think you realize how cheap those are versus, you know, where they end up. Like a golden oil right now, at the end of Mirage, So if we go into this range here, golden oils were going for 1 divine. They basically didn't even increase in price at the end of the inflation of the league. What's up, Nameless? So I was just like, bro, I think people, and like, I thought like, does this guy think I'm actually gonna reply to him and take the bait? Like, I'm not gonna, I just thought it was funny. I'm not gonna give that guy a reply. All right, guys, so I was gonna take a break tonight and tomorrow night, but I just kind of want to level one more character. I kind of just want to level one more character. You like SSF compared to trade, Mad Dog? SSF is, to me, very rewarding the first few weeks of the league. What I like about SSF is you can go through the progression of your character and get it to a pretty good end state outside of like extreme end game min-max, and you get this nice, you get like a nice sense of completion doing that on SSF. You're running Smite right now? Yeah, I was thinking about what might be an interesting things to try. Do I have a video on crafting early weapon? I'm done getting anything good gambling. I mean, honestly, if you want to craft a really good end-game weapon, or sorry, early game weapon, I see it as two options. If you're playing trade, just buy Yielding Mortality. That'll get you through all your Atlas progression and Voidstone bosses. If you're playing like SSF, gamble your gold at Faustus and or harvest harvest like Reforged Physical. Those are two generally okay ways to stumble upon like maybe a 550 to 650 PDPS weapon with enough Harvest Reforged juice or just gold with Faustus. You can also do the recombination method, but that's going to be a lot more expensive in the short term versus just doing those other two methods. There's a unique staff for us. Yeah, so Harbinger had a staff called the Yielding Mortality. This staff has been moved to the global drop pool when they got rid of Harbinger. The staff basically has anywhere from 500 to 600 PDPS. So I included this in the build update. Basically, you can start using it at level 66. And if you get a decent one that's like close to 600 PDPS, it'll pretty much carry you through your entire Atlas progression. It also has good increased crit strike chance, and it basically summons a Harbinger bro that has a 40% uptime on giving you like increased attack speed and some other bonuses. So basically this weapon is just like rock solid for, you know, your Atlas progression. Basically your first couple days playing the build, you just use this weapon. Unless you come across something that's like 750 or PDPS or higher, you know. But this weapon right here is just like solid, you know. And it'll be pretty good. Get you through all of your progression. Just farm T16s with this thing. Yeah, I was like trying to think of other fun castball channeling builds. bleed gloves from Heiss. In standard trade with 605 Fizz DPS, they're 10 divine, hope they're cheaper. Yikes. I have another early in-game weapon craft method, basically a light version of the Essence Fracture method. It's pinned in the help. Yeah, there is that too, Chris. Okay. Interesting. Volatile dead. Beauty. Feels like a glove on my feed. Did a couple of test runs and it's pretty smooth. Appreciate it, Luck. Glad you're guessing. I guess all the in-game crafts are still the same, chest, staff, etc. For the most part, Arc. The new like crafting mechanic might influence how we go about it for various stages, but the methodology will pretty much be the same. All right, guys. So you know what time it is. Alright, so let's go ahead and make sure I don't have a character in my test league, or I should say migrate my stash. So we need your 10k depth defenses, yeah. I'm actually going to do something real quick so I don't have to do this during the run. I'm going to create a quick character in hardcore standard SSF. And we're going to essentially clean up my stash real quick so that auto generates for the league. Yeah, we're gonna get the stash all situated, so that's good to go. Crystal Fall support instead of Shockwave. I haven't even looked at that. What's up, Val? I have no idea what that support does. Just so you guys are curious, we're running to town so I can organize my stash so when I make my character in this private league, it generates properly. Yeah, I don't know what Crystal Ball support is. Crystal Fall support. Oh, it is. Doesn't matter anyways. Yeah, so let's organize my stash real quick. Is it not basing it off of hardcore standard? Oh well, I'll deal with it with the character. It doesn't matter. Okay. At some point I need to do it on my standard tunes. Got 4 leagues worth of stash tabs, not cleaned on standard. I don't even want to contemplate what my actual standard looks like right now. Alright, we gotta do a few things real quick before we actually start playing. Let's go ahead and do... Filter is good. Need to make sure my regex is good. Crystal Fall. Supported skills will trigger falling crystal on hit, causing a giant crystal of abyssal soulstone to be called from above, falling to slam down at the targeted location. It's an Awakened style gem. Never mind, cap is level 3. I mean, we use Void Shockwave, which is the same thing in mapping. Obviously, regular Shockwave in campaign, so maybe that's a contender against Void Shockwave. I mean, Void Shockwave is pretty good. It's like pretty good. Alright guys, another run. Missed the sword right off the bat. Armor scrap. Oh boy. We like to see that. The new like movable totems thing does seem pretty crazy good, just like for the sake of something being fun.
Not the most pleasant of runners, but it will have to do for now.
Let's be friends!
might have been muted. I enjoy the leveling process, the dimes, so it's mostly more like just getting some reps in, but I really enjoy leveling. Wally. I think it's just personal preference drift. I think they're both good. I would imagine splitting steel might be better for clear. I think spectral throw is probably better damage with volley. But you can honestly do like whatever you want. I guess I'm kind of biased though. I'm so used to playing with spectral throw. I just like it seems like the normal thing for me to do. So it could be worth testing out splitting steel again. Nah, I usually wait for Filter Blade Prod to update his stuff like around a day before, and then I will then go and update my stuff like a few hours before the league starts. And I'll update all the links for it. You felt it did okay? I don't want that portal scroll. Yeah, I just kind of like the single target damage on spectral throw, like especially when you get to Brutus, it just feels really good when you have your two-hander going. Yeah, I feel like splitting, I agree, has much better clear. For sure. Ooh, that was almost the end there, boys. Almost the end. That was a violent sneeze. Oh my gosh. Good thing I muted my mic. Am I going to interact with the league mechanic and maps? Generally, the league mechanic is pretty profitable, and I don't mind going slower because I'm playing SSF on League Start. So, yeah, I typically do interact with the league mechanics simply because it can give you really good gear early on in the campaign. But there is an argument to be made that it's better just to wait to maps because, you know, the league mechanic is just going to be... But they've done a thing recently in the last few leagues where you get a 5-link doing the league mechanic, usually, like, you know, in the second half of the campaign. So, like, you know, from that point of view, you definitely want to do the league mechanic when everyone knows what that zone is or where that break point is, because a 5-link is kind of crazy going into maps with. I think he read Axe, understood Axe, but said maps. You talking about what? What I just said? I'm confused. I'm tired, guys. Oh yeah, I processed Axe, so I guess I read it wrong, but I understood the intent. Because that's what I basically said, right? Unless I'm insane, I'm losing my memory. I said that generally the league mechanic can be very rewarding in Axe, even though there's an argument to be made that you wait to maps to do it. Okay, good. Whew. Look, man, the brain is a mysterious thing, and I've had a very long, mentally long 2 days at work, so yeah. Oh my gosh. This could be it, maybe. Probably get the hell out of here. These guys are like ridiculous, dude. No joke. Holy moly. Let's go to town real quick. What did I just stumble into? That was ridiculous. That was actually ridiculous. I probably should swap over to two-hand weapon, to be completely honest. What do we get on the axe? Anything good? I'll take it. Nice. Alright. Jade Chopper. Oh, even better. The game giveth. That's another one of these cracked mobs. Insane damage. And it's the unique. Alright. Oh my gosh. This place is such a death trap. It's such a death trap. Holy moly. I was so set on your starter, but the Fizz Dot is throwing a wrench in it. Tough choices. Do whatever you think you're gonna have the most fun doing. Like, at the end of the day, it's a game. You play whatever you want to do that's gonna be the most fun, right? If you want to play Fizz Dot, play Fizz Dot. If you want to spin, spin. Like, it should always be about what you're gonna have the most fun doing. Hopefully it's not about what you think is gonna be like 0.3% or 5% or whatever integer better than the other. It'll always be about what looks the most fun. Because not gonna lie, Winter Orb does look pretty crazy fun. There's not a lot of times where I look at stuff on the meta and I'm like, ooh, that seems appealing to me. But yeah, Winter Orb is one of those where I'm like, oh yeah, that does look kind of ridiculously fun as a league starter. I can see the appeal. I really need better flasks right now. 100%. I might try out Bane once I finish with my Cyclone build. I love some old school Bane. Did Bane get like a buff pass with the dot stuff? I really liked playing Bane several leagues ago. Yeah, Bane is a lot of fun. It's a pretty good skill. Oh, that's a nice buff. Not having good flats right now is kind of sketch. Not gonna lie. Not going to lie. Yeah, Bane was like one of those skills that's like super fun, but when you actually like objectively look at it, it's like more damage, faster kill, before, or have a portal scroll. That's how you deal with mana on Brutus, to be completely honest. That's how you deal with mana on Brutus. Cool. Yeah, we need better flasks. I believe, game. I believe you can give me better flasks. I'm beginning to believe. I honestly don't know if it's up or down. It is up. Okay, it's definitely up. Maybe I'll try Cock Cyclone Soul instead of Bane. Not sure what I'll do yet. We're going this way for sure. You did not need to emphasize cock like that, yeah. Hey, you know. Gotta bring out the kids sometimes. Portal scroll, always grab the portal scrolls. Thanks Possibility and Must Be Lists for the follows. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you always for the support. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper. Holy cracked mobs. You wanna kindly screw off?
Practice makes perfect.
Wood splitter. Heck yeah, we want the wood splitter. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and find Merville's Cavern, then we can get Static Strike going. It'd be pretty good. Could use some sapphire rings. My support priority for Spectral Throw, that's going to be Chance to Bleed and Volley. Alright, what we're looking for hopefully is 3 red from Bender. We should be able to get it with chess, hopefully. Is gonna be the plan. Hopefully. Okay.
Still alive. Farewell. Now you go.
There it is, guys. Alright. So items. Gonna get a pair of gloves going here. Just need green, red. Requires level 15. What is that nonsense? What is that nonsense? I guess we're gonna have that freed up when we go our skill in a second, so it doesn't matter. So let's grab Static Strike, as well as Ruthless and Ancestral Call. You also want to grab, I should have my gem macro, what am I doing? You also want to grab Blood and Sand, Precision. It looks pretty good. So Leap Slam and all this to consider.
Still alive.
Honestly, probably gonna want Oh, there's really not good gloves here. I guess I'll just take you since you have a 1 red socket. Okay. Yeah, not having to worry about the gym colors on Friday is going to be amazing. Until then, we have to suffer. Back of the bleed. Always the bleed. Oh, I should have, we don't have good life flasks either. I'm a little concerned about not having good life flasks for Maryville. That is a little concerning. We haven't gotten anything. I'll have to trade in some alterations for wisdom scrolls. Looks beautiful with no color issues. Of course it does. We all know how good it's gonna be, right? Like, I don't think anyone's gonna be shocked at like how amazing it's gonna be. I think they're gonna be maybe underestimating a bit, or they won't understand how good it feels until they do it. But I think everyone knows it's gonna be amazing. Alright, static strike. Leap slam. Or I can go here and here. Okay. I mean, you still want to go for armor as your defense, 100%. Armor is like key. Alright, there's 1 life blast. That's a much better world that we live in right now. We have that. Still might have to go to town and do a quick vendor before boss. Oh. Well. The blessed run is over. I totally didn't look and just ran right into that suicidal pack of mobs. All right, we're gonna go again. That's super unfortunate. It's been, like I said, it's been a long 2 days, guys. It's been a long 2 days. It's been a long 2 days. I didn't put anything in stash, I think, so stash is still wiped. So I'm just gonna make a new character. Let's try this again, guys. Let's run it back one more time. Sanavi avoids suicidal. Sanavi avoids. What are those things? What are those things called? Sea witches? Navi will not die, see bros. Alright. Yeah. I was gonna take today and tomorrow off, but I think it's just gonna be tomorrow off, honestly. I think tomorrow off. I'm actually gonna go use the restroom real quick, guys, and then we'll start up. That really sucks. You got like movement speed boost right off the bat. That was supposed to be the blessed run. I suspect you will stream at launch. Oh yeah, we're gonna be streaming on Friday. For sure. I think charge stacking Cyclone would be good. Yeah, I'm sure you can make it good. What's up, Alex?
Welcome.
Alright. Fire resistant movement speed is far better.
Stay sharp.
One for special throw. Are we getting face reveal this league start?
Not the most pleasant of
I don't know, guys. I don't know if I want to reveal my face. There's been a face reveal. Some of you have seen my face, so yeah. Occasionally, I lean a little too close in. Friend of a friend was wondering. Yeah. What's up, Young? By the way. So the honest answer as to why I don't do a face cam is twofold. One is, I don't know, it's kind of like the first one isn't really an answer, it's just kind of like, eh. The second reason is I have family I live with, and they walk behind me a lot. or where I sit, so I don't. It would be weird, I think, to just have my family constantly walking behind me. So. Bro's a secret agent. I don't know about all that. There would be nothing actually wrong with me showing my face on camera. I just feel a little uncomfortable doing it. I'm not really super confident in person, so it would feel a little weird for me to have a bunch of people see me streaming. That's more the thing. Cyclone's secret safe. Yeah. We'll still be here spinning. Yep. I'll give you guys a clue though. Some of you have kind of seen it. I am bald and I do have a beard. So there you go. Just like the animated logo. It's a hand stream. Yeah. Maybe for League launch, I'll get a mask and I'll wear a mask and then I'll recenter my camera. So it's like I am streaming, but you know. What I would honestly do if I was going to do it is I would just buy a green screen and put it behind my chair, and that way my family isn't distracting every time they walk by. But then, yeah. Actually, a lot of modern webcam software suites will mask your background. I could use one of those. I would just have to pipe the video from that into the OBS software, because webcam by default doesn't do that. A VTuber? That seems like a lot of work. I've seen some of the stuff that goes into VTubing. It looks a little kind of ridiculous, the setup. Couldn't see your bookshelf. This is true. You would lose the bookshelf. It is a consideration. Oh, look at that. We can run Folly. Is the run saved? I guess the run might have been saved. Do you have a strat for different map types? I always get lost with new map orientation. After playing this game for so long, you kind of get like a vibe for how map layouts go and how zone layouts go during the campaign. It's just like constant repetition of playing, because there's a general way that they generate. I did not mean to use that portal. There's a general way that they generate. So there's a kind of, and then there's like certain things that spawn that enable you to read a zone to know like which way to go and things like that. There's people that have videos on YouTube on how to read zones better and navigate maps and things like that. But a lot of it just comes down to having played the game for so long, you just kind of understand how they feel. I got banned from Dawn, the Crown stream, for telling him to play Whirlwind 5 leagues in a row. That's funny. I think I vaguely know who that guy is. The Caswell channeling testing was kind of a bust. It turns out that Cold Snap doesn't get bypassed by the CD, and really the only thing that kind of felt good was Ice Nova or Firestorm. But the biggest problem I had was because we were playing Witch, it felt incredibly defenseless for playing Cyclone. So it was like super squishy. I had no stun immunity, so I was getting stunned constantly trying to spin. It was just not what I had thought it would be. I think it's something that you would. I think it's something that you would spec in, or it's definitely still viable, I think. But I think you do it later on, like after the campaign, when you have more skill points and ways to solve those problems, especially like mana too. So I wouldn't level with it. I mean, you think you just might be a masochist doing all these campaign runs? It is a lot of campaign runs. That is actually very, very true. I actually don't kind of mind leveling, to be completely honest. Like, I don't know. I've had a long 2 days, and it's kind of like a nice way to decompress. I don't have to think about anything. I get to engage with you guys. Gonna be playing your build in SSF this league? Nice, dude. We will be SSF bros together. Oh, that was almost the end of Blessed Run number 2. What a crazy night it's been. Really do need a two-hand weapon soonish. Oh wow, Baze, thanks for the prime, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it. Looked away for 1 second. How you feeling about the League Mercenary and Cyclone? The League Mechanic and Cyclone, gotcha. I think the League Mechanic's gonna be really good for Cyclone. Cyclone generally does well with like all League mechanics, typically speaking. Does pretty well usually.
It's to be a cage fight then. I can live with that.
That'll work. That will work. Which currency do I have? Not a whole lot here. I got faster attacks, so item.
Take care.
A dud.
Alright. I like to swap to two-hander when I get to this part of the Act 1. I feel like... Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. You all are crazy. Ooh, medium life class. He still uses Abyssus. I'm assuming Abyssus is in the build. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Everyone has their own take on Cyclone, I guess. I feel like Abyssus is not the play. But, yeah. All I know is Rue looked at my build today, and besides smirking at having steel skin enabled, he seemed to pretty much like it, which I thought was, you know, a pretty good compliment from him. Basically had no critiques on it and just said this looks pretty good. And I was like, damn, okay, Rue likes it. The schools aren't a joke. Yeah, they're pretty terrifying. Yeah, I think it's a little interesting when... I think if you're going to put out a build video, it should be properly researched and updated for current understanding of how things work. I really can't slam people for putting out like rehashing builds they played in past leagues, but what I find a lot is people will publish a build and not vet everything, or they will just put the same build out that they did last league, and it's like the same thing league after league without any adjustments or any considerations for, you know. Did he do some actual... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if we slapped Abyssus on our build, how much does that take it up from? We're at like 280 million. How far did we go up? Like, with Abyssus, it's probably pretty crazy, I would imagine. These ghouls, dude. Not risking it. Not risking it. Actually insane. I'm gonna go for a life flask, actually. This shit is wild. Fuck Abyssus? Yeah. I'm gonna start Shield Crush Slayer, but later we'll try your build. Hey, okay. Yeah, these fucking ghouls are wild, dude. There we go. There we go. We hit the jackpot, guys. Another nice life flask. Decent mana flask. We are good to go. Oof, I got no portal scrolls.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena.
I don't want to run it back. We're just going to have to not die to Brutus. Would you still run a 4-5 infused channeling sports if you're playing softcore? Probably, yeah. Because even on softcore, like, the less you're dying during the campaign, the faster you're going. And, like, the DPS increase isn't terribly better with any of the other supports. And you just get free damage mitigation out of the other two, so it's a win-win.
You're frightened. Echoes from these stones. Come.
This is not good. Not having life flask for this guy is really bad. Yep. Alright, well, we're gonna run him back. Whatever. Can't believe I don't have portal scrolls. It's fucking wild, dude. You see the DPS jump our build gets? What with Abyssus? You're saying it goes up? Yeah. Yeah, I know, dude. Like, it's... Abyssus is a wild helm. Crit multi is pretty crazy. Plus the flat added fizz. What's his fizz mitigation like using Abyssus? Yeah. Yeah, that's the downside to Abyssus. It really messes up your fizz mitigation. Obviously. And we have 50 or 60 more million damage on our build. Yeah. Yeah. It is, and and take into account, Chris, I didn't quality any of the gems up 10% in my POB either. Does he do that? Like in my build, I didn't do the 10% quality on any of the gems that you're gonna get from matching socket colors. So there's also that. Okay. At least there's that. My weapon is garbage. Ooh, that was rougher than it needed to be, but we got it done. We got it done. That's fine. Let's get on softcore the first 2 days. Yeah, Abyssus to me is just not worth it at all. Like, maybe I could see it, like you're saying, the first day or two, but like, it just makes you weak. Like, I don't want to be weak, and like, you can scale damage other ways without having to use that thing. It's a very... Abyssus is like a helm that was good in a version of the game like 4 years ago. Not so much anymore. The content's just way tougher all the way around to even consider using that thing. It's essentially a non-starter for me.
Greetings. Farewell.
Yeah, Abyssus is a relic. Like, I kind of look at anyone that uses Abyssus in their build kind of like, don't think you really know what you're doing. That's a relic of another time. Like, to me, Abyssus was only good before you had Eldritch currency. Abyssus was good back in the game before there was Eldritch implicit currency, and the hardest stuff in the game was like Shaper and Elder. Like, it comes from a different time of the game, and the downside to Abyssus is just does not make it viable for anything past like T16s. Yeah, I feel like it's a helm that serious players will know not to use. Newer players could be baited into using and then wondering why they die all the time. And the only way to fix that's like, maybe you mellow down the downside, but you also mellow down the upside. But like, it's just you can't take that helm seriously if you're trying to do like juice T17s or Uber Pinnacle bosses. It's, yeah. It is a bad helm. You know what isn't a bad helm? that new unique helm. That new unique helm is actually pretty fucking good. That's the helm that you want to use if you're going to use a unique helm. That thing actually looks cracked. You know, Mark, I was like, it's been a long 2 days. I'm going to stream. I need to decompress. Plus I get to hang out with you guys. My only other options for tonight was I was going to catch up on my backlog of TV. I still need to catch up on a few shows. So I was going to watch some TV tonight, but yeah. Chilling and Pee-wee is always preferred. Yeah, it's a good time. Yeah, no problem. You get to watch me die on hardcore. It's a win-win for everyone. It's a win-win for everyone. The Witch did not fare very well. I wasn't aware that Cold Snap doesn't get bypassed by Castball channeling, so that was a bust. And I would need to build it a lot more defensively. I didn't have stun immunity. I didn't really have any kind of fizz mitigation. It just felt really bad trying to spin without like layers of defense. I was like, oh, where did my dash go? It is in the game. Is he saying that the mana minus cost isn't in the game? Did he say that's not in the game anymore? Like, minus 3 to mana while channeling? Where does he cite a source for that? Did anyone? Here's the thing to track down, Chris, if you want to try to track down something. Mana isn't gone in rings. Mana reduction is gone in rings, not negative mana, right? Did anyone confirm that anywhere by someone that knows more about the game? I feel like that's wrong. It's like flat mana with reduced, right? Am I crazy with that? Like, did anyone post anywhere, like, definitively that that's not the case? And it is? That's a pretty... Either I got it wrong or he got it wrong, and I feel like we didn't get it wrong. I feel like he is misreading, I don't understand. Yeah, the craft didn't go away from what I understand. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I feel like that would be a problem for a lot of builds, if that's the case.
It's not every day that I get to... Welcome. Stay sharp.
Oh, never lucky. So like, I'm still trying to understand. It's like, I think people are confused. There's multiple mana crafts on the bench craft. There is a mana craft that is plus mana that also has reduced mana costs. That's the one that I believe they said in the patch notes is going away. There is a separate modifier that is just blank negative cost to mana, whether that's channeling or whatever. That wasn't mentioned as going away. They didn't say all mana related modifiers are going away. They said the mana / reduction. Yeah, I think unfortunately he doesn't understand what's getting removed. That's probably bad misinformation to tell players. Here's the thing that I think people should do and maybe not do. Go grab the patch notes and find in there where you think it says what it says, right? Actually copy paste what it says from the patch notes in chat and let's analyze it. Because I think people are reading different things into it and they're literally just not reading what the patch notes said. Because the patch notes did not say they were removing, total mana cost mods from what I read. I could be crazy, but that's not what I read in the patch notes. I'm pretty sure people don't understand what they're doing with the mana mods on the benchcraft. Thanks, Ping, for the follow. Yeah, I think some people are confused. All right, let me pause this so we can do some analyzation. Mana and reduced mana costs can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Mana and reduced mana costs. So I'm gonna pause this run for a second so we can actually look at the benchcraft in game, so I can maybe explain this to people, because I think some people don't understand what they're reading here. So let's go look at benchcraft. No, they're not gone. I'm pretty sure they're not gone. So let's go look at the benchcraft. There's a specific mod that I want to show you guys, and it's probably how they worded it. I could be wrong, but this is what I think they're talking about. Do you see this mod right there? That is the mod that I think they were removing. Right. Okay, so it can no longer be unveiled. Instead, you can now unveil or craft mana and increase mana cost efficiency on rings. Yeah. This is the mod they're talking about. I think people are confused. This mod is getting affected. These two mods are not getting affected. These two mods are still going to be in the game from what I read. Am I crazy here? Or are people not understanding what they're reading in the patch notes? These two mods are not going anywhere from what I read. These are two completely different types of mods than what I just showed you guys. And I don't think people understand that. I think people don't understand what these mods are, and while the patch notes are confusing, they're not actually reading the patch notes, they are making assumptions, right? This is a mana and reduced mana cost mod. That's literally what this is. That's literally what they said in the patch notes. This has nothing to do with this. Yes, it reduces your mana, but it is not a modifier that reduces percent mana. This is a entirely different type of mod reduction, basically. This is not getting changed at all. They are just changing every version of reduced mana cost of skills into some kind of mana cost efficiency. I think people don't know how to read. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to single any of you out, but I think people are just jumping to conclusions and they're freaking out and they're not actually reading what's in the patch notes. Granted, GGG could have been a lot better at explaining this in the patch notes, but I think it probably comes off as like multiple mods, and I could be completely wrong. You know what? You guys can say I'm full of shit and I was a dirtbag for misreading this, but when I read the patch notes, I do not see these going away. And the reason why I don't see these going away is because if you take these two mods out of the game, you brick so many builds and you brick so many different ways. Like, this is a way to solve a problem, and it is not like what so let me try to explain it this way. They are changing an entire modifier pool in the game, which is that reduced mana, right? They are changing it into a new system, which is mana cost efficiency. Reduced mana is a completely different mod than what these two things are doing. Yeah. So I think everyone can chill. And unfortunately, I will say this, and I feel like I'm 95% correct here. I think Ronare is doing a disservice by telling people that these mods don't exist in the game. Once again, if you're going to be a content creator and you're going to say things, you should thoroughly vet your information or what you're putting out there before you just release it to the masses. I think it's rather unfortunate if people aren't doing that. And I could be wrong. Maybe those mods don't exist, but that is not what they said in the patch notes.
If you must take your chances with the silent.
And I think people are freaking out for no reason because they don't understand what they're reading. And part of that is on GGG for not being more clear in their communication, but at the same time, that's literally not what the patch notes say. Yeah, I know these mods on the Benchcraft because I've used them so many times. That's why when I read it, I was like, oh, this isn't going to affect us, because it's not going to affect us. But I can see if you're a newer player how that would, like, you know, confuse you. And once again, I could be absolutely wrong, and I'll eat my own words if that's the case. But I would be very surprised if we get to Friday and those mods aren't in the game. I'm just going to go ahead and call that right now. All right, we've got flasks. I'm just trying to get my gear straight for Maryville. We don't need this anymore. Put our faster attacks in there. We don't need dash anymore. We will grab a precision like normal, and we will grab a blood and sand.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Still alive, are we?
Yeah, everyone would just go blood magic. Like, if they were doing what you think they're doing, everyone would just abandon mana and go blood magic if you're playing melee. That's how you would solve that problem, 100%. No one would play mana anymore if you're playing melee. And it would basically brick the game if they did that. This is why, like, unfortunately, I have a problem with people promoting Cyclone, and they're not doing the research, because I'm seeing a lot of content this week that is just disingenuous to new players. And it's unfortunate because you're basically giving players wrong information. And once again, someone just said it, I think it was you, Mark, I'm not a new player, and it confused me. How do you, like, a new player is gonna just take verbatim whatever a streamer says if they push out a video that has a lot of views, and then they're gonna be like, oh, this is wrong, or this doesn't work the way it should. You need to do a better job. If you're gonna put information out and tell people as an authoritative source, like, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, then you should know what the fuck you're talking about. If you don't, you say in your video, hey, I don't know if this is going to be in the game or not. Like, is that what does he sell it like, hey, I don't know what's in the game or not? Or does he say, this isn't in the game, so this is how we're dealing with it? If it's the latter, then he's doing a disservice to players, and that's... I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in him. But Magic Helm would have a 90% equip rate? Yeah, it would be... Alright, here's the goal. Let's not die to stupid shit in this zone like I did on the last character. I think we can agree about that, right? I mean, I guess it's fair. If you want to assume the craft zone exists, you're going to remove him just to be safe. If he sells it like that, yeah, it could be something like that. I just get really protective over Cyclone because that's my baby. And whenever people put information out there that's Cyclone-centric or related, and then it's just wrong or misinformation, I'm just kind of like, what are we doing, guys? Like, this game isn't that hard if you want to be a content creator. Like, just do your research and don't spread misinformation to people. Like, I don't know. He says it's gone in the video. Yeah, see, that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. People aren't gonna read the description, bro. They're gonna just watch your video. And they're not even gonna watch your video that long. They're gonna watch it for like 5 seconds. Like the average viewer watches, like when you put out like a 30-minute viewer, the average views on a video are like, I don't know, 3 to 4 minutes of that 30-minute video. Woo. But I'm a firm believer in life that if you're gonna sell yourself as like a subject matter expert of something, then vet your information and know what you're talking about. And a lot of times in life, when you don't know what you're talking about, it's a perfectly acceptable answer to say, I don't know, but I'll get back to you, right? Like, so as a content creator, you can say, hey, I don't know about that. We'll look into it, you know? Or, hey, I don't know if this is a thing or not. Be prepared for X, Y, Z. But the minute you start telling people something like you know what the fuck is going on, in reality, you don't, or you're just assuming, and you have like a lot of people that are listening to you, whether that's, you know, whether you're in a management position in the real world or you have an audience like you're a streamer, that is a problem, in my opinion. What is pretty clear? Okay. It's not deleted, dude. I mean, maybe it is, but yeah. Did we check this? Did like we actually verify if this is actually gone or not? Am I crazy? They're incorrect. All that was changed was the other mana cost on Veil, which was hybrid and now uses the new mana cost. People are misreading. The plus mana and reduced mana cast crop got changed to plus mana. The flat mana cost reduction wasn't mentioned. Blah, blah, blah. This might be the one you watched. Nothing in the patch notes removes the negative mana cost craft. That said, I find it very strange that they changed all of these cost reduction mods to mana efficiency and they didn't leave blah, blah, blah. The reduced mana cost was issued because it allowed insane mana cost scaling. Yeah, I don't, like, I swear to God, the original patch notes said the Aileron craft. Wasn't that the flat mana? Can't find this anywhere. Mandela effect, that's funny. PoE players and not being able to read. Name a more classic combo. I'm sorry, guys, but people are getting baited. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't see, like, once again, like, as somebody who always plays this build every league, and I do my best to try to give the best version of the build that is accessible to new players. Thanks. It's accessible to new players and all this jazz. It just really rubs me the wrong way when I see people that touch like what I consider to be something that I work hard on and produce for people, and it's just garbage information. It's like garbage information. Whether that's not vetting what's in the game and not in the game, or vetting what's in the patch notes, it's just like people want to farm views and they just put bullshit out there, and then it affects you guys. It affects you guys because you watch this shit and their video gets 100,000 views, so you're like, oh, well, they must know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay. Well, you know, once again, it could have been way better clarified by GGG, but once again, at the end of the day, if you're producing content for people, it's the onus is on you to vet the information before you put it out there. Otherwise, you look like you have egg on your face. And I'm gonna not lie to you. I'm gonna say to you guys like this: if I consume information from a source and that source is like wrong, I'm not going to go back to that source for more information. I'm gonna say, oh yeah, this source doesn't know what they're talking about. Why am I getting my information from them? Why would I listen to what they have to say about anything when they're spouting out wrong shit? It discredits you as a source of information. The gods have blessed you with Illusionist Cyclone. Went on sale after I missed it 2 days ago. There you go, dude. What's up, XX? Alright guys, that's my rant. I do it every league because I see countless bad content come out that is like Cyclone centric, and then I have to rant about how there's bad shit that people are putting out there, but everyone thinks it's the best thing ever. Rant over. Unless you guys bait me with more stuff, then I might keep ranting. Nope, ground slam of earth shaking does not have a cooldown, so we are a-okay with the General's Cry nerf to that aspect. Thanks, Tech and Lethal, for the follows. Thank you, thank you. What's good, Lethal? Not much. Just doing another practice run. Yeah, I'll update the regex once the regex site is updated to account for that. Or I might just see if there's a way for me just to care about links and not colors, because all we really care about is it a 3-link? Is it a 4-link? I think I will try to specify maybe green on links and red on links, like a 1 green or 1 red for General's Cry or Cyclone, or for the skill part of General's Cry, something like that. No, it's just this happens every league, dude. Other bigger streamers put content out and it's usually wrong, it's outdated, it's incorrect, and you know, it's to farm views is what it's for. You know, they're trying to farm views and the information's wrong. And I get it, it's a game, like we're all trying to, you know, get confused on content, but at the very least you vet the content and make sure that it's good. Cyclone is slower than just using static. I said this a few days ago, Lethal. It is going to be 100% faster just to level static, maybe even through the whole campaign. But I just want to play Cyclone as soon as possible. And at the end of the day, if my campaign run is slower because of it, I don't care because the goal is Cyclone. So, you know, I'm perfectly fine with it taking an hour longer to do the campaign because I used a suboptimal skill compared to, like, say, Static Strike. Because it's the skill I want to play. If you want to be as fast as possible, just play Static Strike and swap to Cyclone later when, you know, you have a lot more online to make it move faster. That's pretty much the play. I think we're heading back that way anyways. I think Trial's this way. It's been deleted. It's been deleted.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
Some of you guys should go post on the video, hey, that mod is not gone, bro. Someone already did? Of course they did. Of course they did. I think I'm predisposed to being angry today anyway, so something that shouldn't bother me is just bothering me. Does PoE Planner have DPS calculations? I didn't see anything. I don't really use PoE Planner, so I'm not sure. For the best sim on what your character looks like, you just 100% want to use Path of Building. What are the essences you look for? Greed is really good for life, and then anything that's Contempt for fizz damage is also really good. That is weird that it's saying no damage. Something is definitely off there.
What? Going? Pity your mind.
Last test run for the 3.29. Yep, this is it. I may stream tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm actually going to play much of the game. We might just do a lot of like POV reviewing and like maybe seeing what we can maybe adjust or change, but I think the PoE is pretty much locked in. So I think tomorrow is largely just going to be, I might not even stream PoE tomorrow. We might just do like an off night, play another game or something. I almost never play PoE the actual night before the launch because I like to just like fully clean my head out. I'm also going to be at work a little bit later tomorrow, so it'll be a later day at work, and I'm probably going to play something else tomorrow night just to kind of get the slate nice and clean for Friday. I might stream really late tomorrow night though, because I want to kind of sleep in before League starts on Friday. I'll be off on Friday, so I'm going to sleep in and get up. That way we can go super hard Friday into Saturday. I'm just letting you guys know it might be like an all-night stream. Like I might go like well into Saturday. I don't know, we'll see. I'm planning to go pretty crazy this League start with hours investment. So I'm also going to be off on Monday. So nice long weekend of Cyclone coming up. The best kind of weekend. Ooh, that was terrifying. That was terrifying. Oh, well, we've got our Cyclone piece right there. Unless we get a 4-link. Degenerate League start weekend, you love to see it? Heck yeah, dude. Not gonna lie, I do miss Sword Cyclone. Yeah, I mean, but you get endurance charges and block and all kinds of other goodies from playing staff. Well, it was a different game when a lot of people played Sword Cyclone, right? Like, you didn't need the kind of defense you need now. Now you need layers of defense. It's not even defense, you need like layers of defense in order to have a good time. Don't get me wrong, I mean, Ron is a really nice guy. I've never really had any problems with him, but we have different views on Cyclone, and a lot of his content is, I wouldn't consider it the best source of information when it comes to Cyclone, in my opinion. But obviously I'm going to say that because I'm the Cyclone guy in my head. So, especially when you tell people there are things that don't exist in the game that still exist.
What do you want?
Which to me, not the best thing to do. I need a helm that can do like, let's gamble. I need green and red.
The day has dawned, big guy.
Yeah, I don't want to like start stuff. I'm just saying that like we have our differences on how we view Cyclone, I guess, is the best way I'll put it. All right, let's grab that Herald of Ash for those nice pops. We like the pops. We like the pops. All right. Already had gotten this waypoint. That's funny. Forgot about that. I'm kind of like, I feel like my leveling vibe is off tonight because I'm like thinking about so many other things right now.
My spirit is spent.
Static Strike is a really good skill. If you want to see the best content on it, I'd probably recommend Aloha. He's got a guide out on it. You don't fix Frenzy on bosses, Baze. There's ways that Chris and I have tried to address that, but currently we don't really have a way of doing Frenzy on bosses in the build. That's why it's not checked on my bossing loadout. Have I decided what I'm playing yet? Cyclone. Always Cyclone. Always and forever. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta pause for a second. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I have a few things going on, so I'm just doing 2 things at once right now. Okay. Did not grab a portal. See, my leveling's all off today. That's fine. We're just gonna push for Weaver, and then we'll come back. Whoa, what is with that latency?
My spirit is spent.
We do use Herald of Purity later on in the build. Yes. Nah, we don't run circle. auras in Act 2, is that normal? If you're playing it correctly, it is. Ha 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 ha. Now we're actually going to be dropping Precision soon when we get Eagle Eye, so it'll just be 2 auras. And then I usually run Purity and Blood and Sand when we get to Act 3.
I believe I could give the great Teresa a run for his money now.
Alright, is it up here? It's up here, huh? Always getting baited.
This got me good.
I mean, does he have Frenzy Charge generation on bossing? Like, you know, it'd be crazy. We shouldn't do this. Like, if you just gave a detailed comment, like just citing every wrong thing on the build. Like, if you just left a comment like, here's a slew of shit that probably should be reconfigured in the POV. I fucking hate misinformation, dude. It's so... I don't know. Whatever. I can't control the actions of other people. What's up? What's up? Well, you know, we're always looking at Cyclone related content, so no matter who's posting stuff. A lot of the really good stuff that has been incorporated into the build has been stuff that we've noticed other players doing, recommendations from other players, then we test it, we add it to the build. So always looking at it. Oh, just gotcha. Yeah. Niche is like got a super analytical mind. He's very good at like breaking down the numbers and having a very good understanding of mechanics and the nitty-gritty, the bits and bolts. I'm often like a high-level thinker. I have like a vision and I understand how most of the things work together, but it takes me a lot longer to plug all the pieces together, and I have to usually narrow it down or drill it down a lot more in my head. And so I think that's why Chris and I work really well, because he is very good at stuff that I am very bad at. Yeah. I think a lot of times, like, what it boils down to, you and I, is like, I'm about the feel of the build, right? Like, a lot of times I'll be like, but it feels better doing this, right? And it's hard to quantify that as a numerical thing because it's less damage or it's less than this. But sometimes something just feels better when you're playing it. And that's the vibe that always kind of drives me. And sometimes I get confused because the numbers don't look right. And I'm like, why does something feel better but does like way less damage, or feels better but on paper has less defense? And sometimes it's like harder for me to wrap my head around the numbers of how something works versus how something feels in this game. This is my lightning resistance. Ooh, super yin and yang or something to that effect. Yeah. Look at my gear. My gear is terrible. What is my gear, dude? What am I... Dude. Let's go vendor for some stuff or something. I don't know. Gear is awful. I guess we can go for a belt. We get like the worst thing you could possibly ask for. Thanks, game. Thanks, game. Can I get a lightning ring? That would be pretty amazing. Fire and cold. I'll just take this and we'll craft it, I guess. Put lightning resist on it. I'm just gonna send it, whatever. Chance with the axe. You know what? Actually, what I should do is look at better weapon base, honestly. But I don't think I have access to anything yet. I'm only 22. Yeah, I'm just gonna send it. I'm not even gonna chance with the axe because we're gonna have a better weapon as soon as we get to Act 3. So, double axe is 23, actually. But I always end up at 22 here, so if you have mana cost issues and have a life mastery available, you can take 50% of skill cost as life. Interesting. Yeah, we'll just send it, because we're going to have a better weapon. The damage is going to be really low here, like really low, but I don't want to waste currency that's limited right now when we're going to have a better weapon base in like two minutes, potentially. Yeah, I think like that's why I was doing these. That's why I was like, I don't have Intimidator. I always forget about that too. That's why I do these runs, by the way. Like I did that sub 9-hour first Voidstone run the other day, like just to show you guys like you can do it, especially as SSF. But I typically don't rush my Voidstones in one day. I usually actually go straight into Heist to farm boots because I'm playing SSF. So usually, like, I actually don't worry about doing Voidstones until later. But my goals on SSF are different than what a player wants to do on trade. So a lot of times people will be like, what are you doing for, you know, your mapping? And I'm like, you don't want to do what I'm doing. You don't want to do what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is not the same goals as what you should have on trade. I'm going to live in fucking level, like, tier 4 blueprints for, like, 2 days or something. I'll make a lot of currency and probably get a 6-link and other stuff from it, but like, yeah, I approach SSF a lot differently than a player who's trying to play trade. It's not about making money for me, it's about farming specific content for certain things I need to do. You get to trade in Dude, when I got to T16s in like a little over 6 hours the other day on stream, that was the best. That was the fastest I've ever gotten in T16. I was in T16 maps in like 6.5 hours or something. It was fucking insane. Yeah, this run's a little bit slower than normal, but I've been kind of sidetracked on with stuff right now. A little sidetracked tonight, guys. Yeah, I didn't pick up the war cry. It is what it is. I'm not too crazy about it. See, this is why I didn't make the axe. Look at that, guys. 109 DPS versus that 39. We didn't even have to craft anything. You want to talk about damage? Let's fucking go. It's that easy, guys. It's that easy. Just get the drop in the game. I'm actually gonna go I'll pick up Intimidating Cry real quick. Also, it's better, Chris, not just because of Intimidating Cry, but I had a tragically bad weapon when I did that boss. I mean, like, really bad weapon. Like, incredibly bad weapon. Like, it was like a wood splitter with no craft on it. Like, you know, I just didn't give a fuck. I sent it. That actually shows you how much damage Static Strike actually, like, that shows you how good it is. Like, I was fighting the boss with that thing. But we have a God Axe now, so we're just gonna slay. No pun intended. We have the God Axe. We have ascended. Alright, so things that we're looking out for, guys. We're looking for a red, green, blue link this act, as well as a royal staff. Those are the two things. We'll be checking vendor a lot for the staff. And hopefully we just get the drop from the game so we don't have to craft or gamble for it, for the link. And that's kind of what we're hoping for. On focusing just on axes, no, I did some axe testing, but for my type of build, my whole core is built around staffs, not axes. It's not going to be as fast, but I recommend even during the leveling using staffs. I think, like, for especially newer players, using a staff and the gems I recommend, like fortification, infused channeling. I think, like, you're just going to feel a lot tankier in the campaign, obviously. And my build is designed to be new player friendly, so I want new players to have more success by playing something that's tankier with block and all that kind of stuff. Plus, you know, benefit of staff or mace is we're using shockwave, and that's also really good for clear, and it is at the end of the day, a cyclone shockwave build. So yeah, all those things put together, I don't want to do axes. That being said, if you want to play axes, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to play a mace or a sword, there's nothing wrong with that. But at a certain point in my guide, before you end the campaign, we start taking staff-centric nodes. So it'd be to your detriment to, you know, not follow the guide at that point. You're just basically doing your own thing. MOBA's amazing for you? Yeah.
Doesn't become those fetching features at all. Cheer up and dance. Oh, please. Harder than that. Enough of this.
Thoughts on if I level with Static Strike Aloha build and then swap? I think that's going to be very fast. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Once again, it is to your benefit if you want to go faster to stay Static Strike through the campaign. I just like going Cyclone early because I like playing Cyclone. But there is nothing wrong with doing that, and it will probably be a lot faster, especially if you're doing it with axes. Nothing wrong with that at all, guys. I just want to spin as soon as possible, and I don't care about anything else. That's all I want to do. And to be fair, I will say this. I didn't even feel weak playing axes until around Act 9. But around Act 9 or 10, you start to get really squishy playing an axe. For most of the campaign, you feel pretty good. But I'd say like end of Act 8 going into Act 9, you're going to start to notice some mobs start to scale. And yeah, unless you have an incredibly good axe, it's going to be squishy. Yeah, I'd say Act 8, because sometime around Act 8, end of Act 8, going into 9 is when we start to take the staff nodes anyway for block. So that would be a sensible time to swap at that point, if that's what you wanted to do. Yeah, I play Cyclone right away, Baze. That's what I'm saying. Like, I start playing Cyclone even before 35. I play Cyclone, like, at level 32, 33. Like, I play Cyclone as soon as I unlock the gem. Like, literally, as soon as I unlock the gem, we're usually playing Cyclone. I recommend players to do it at 32. When I'm playing like more efficiently, like I'm doing now, I guess, for myself at least, I'm usually playing Cyclone at like 29 or 30. I swap to it pretty early. It's gonna probably be a better swap to wait a few more levels or even to Act 4 for a lot of people, but yeah. I just want to spin. Just want to spin. What is this zone? So there's one way. Got it. Okay, cool. I went every way but the way. Every way but the way is what we did. Got it. Now, there are times where, like, if I get unlucky and I don't get what I need to make the swap to Cyclone when I want to, I have no problem like playing Static Strike well into Act 4 until I have all the pieces of the puzzle. But I will be trying to put the puzzle together soon.
The Emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand, surety.
Yeah, I basically do the same thing. Once I've completed Piety and Library, that's typically when I do the swap myself. Actually going to drop that so I can take Intelligence, because we are going to start running Purity. Purity is an insane aura to run during the campaign. We're going to drop Herald of Ash for that, and it just feels phenomenal. We're also going to drop our Precision because we don't really need to run that anymore. So it's basically going to be Blood and Sand and Purity from here on out for most of the campaign. As soon as I get the Cyclone, I switch right away. I want to spin it all the way. Yeah. Dude, we're spinning. What am I doing? I'm tired, guys. It's been a long day. Playing inefficiently. We need to take the waypoint. The waypoint. Yeah, the socket color changes is going to make it super nice. Super nice getting to breeze through everything without having to worry about that. Let's turn on Purity. We are set. We now have Elemental Ailment Immunity, guys. It's that easy. the rest of, basically at this point, when you're like 25-ish, you now have elemental ailment immunity playing this build for the rest of the game. Congratulations. You solved one of the core defensive problems of PoE before you even finish Act 3. Oh, he's still running Sunder? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sunder is good. I wonder, I mean, Karn obviously still uses Sunder, right? Like, I feel like that's just something, you know. See, I feel the opposite. I feel like it's better in hardcore to use static strike, because even though you have to get close and hit a mob, you're then like, I don't know, like Sunder is like, I guess safer range, but like also maybe I could be because we built our character so tanky early on that like it just feels fine in hardcore. Like I don't feel weak right now at all. What's up, Fran? You don't like not having anything to aim at? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Nope, the total mana cost mods are, like mana mods are still in the game, as far as I know. I did not see anything saying that those mods have been removed from the game. We should be A-okay in that regard. My reading of the patch notes and understanding of modifiers in this game, supplemented by a general consensus of the community posting everywhere that the mods have been removed, pretty much makes me feel 99% certain that they're in the game on Friday. Oh, I'm sure someone's gonna create an incredibly broken Scion build of mercenaries. That's like 100% guarantee.
Seems there's glory in the old empire yet.
It's guaranteed. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I feel like on trade, playing Luminary should be fine. You're going to be able to get a mercenary that you really want. It would be interesting on SSF trying to start as a Luminary, because like you're really trying to find certain mercenaries, and until you get the right one, I guess you could make it work. I do like the fact that I'm going to spec into mercenaries myself on the Atlas tree and be farming them for gear, but I'm also going to be running a temporary mercenary all the time. I won't fully be able to control to a degree, the one I'm running. I'm not sure how many maps you get with a temporary mercenary, but yeah. Well, keep in mind that with your temporary mercenaries, you can't really equip gear on them like you can a permanent one, right? So there's that too. If you spec into the Atlas for it, you're gonna see mercs all the time. Like they're gonna be everywhere.
I like that.
Everywhere at all times, doing all the things. So yeah, it'll be pretty good. What we get this time? It's better than that. Yeah, they're a league mechanic, right? So you're gonna be able to spec into your Atlas just like you would, you know, anything else.
Watch yourself.
All right, guys, we get one of the most important crafts in the game, Fizz craft. Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't know if you guys know, I don't know. Mercenaries, when you find them in the wild, I think they can have unique items on them, right? I think that the Ascendancy with Scion allows you to equip them with different unique items, but you can still find them with unique items in the wild. You just can't change their gear or slot new uniques onto them unless they're permanent in your Scion, right? Like that's the gist. Got it. Okay, so they're perfectly good for farming gear if you're not a luminary, and you can use the Atlas to spawn certain base type mercs like strength based or whatever. And I think there's even an Ascendancy that spawns them with all unique gear, right? No, there's a Scarab. It's a Scarab that spawns them with all unique gear. And then you can, yeah. Yep, I'm remembering now. All right. So you're gonna go Scion, Cyclone, and then you'll just use mercenaries to buff you, basically, as you come across them. Okay. Oh, that's good. So if you find a really good did they drill down on how many like instances you get a temporary merc for? Like, is it 3 maps, 4 maps, 10 maps? Like, it's gonna be kind of annoying if you only have them like for like 3 maps, for instance, and you got to keep swapping in new ones. That's stupid. I guess if you're always doing mercenaries, you're always gonna find a new one in a map, but that's just like, I don't know, man. That's kind of cringe. I don't want to keep swapping a mercenary out every 3 levels or 3 maps. What do you mean Luminary SP is core? Should I be looking at something right now? What? Let me pause this. What dumb thing are we looking at? What is this? If you want the best overall Cyclone build, this is the one. This is the only Cyclone build we all need. Been following Monterey's Cyclone build since an amazing from level 1 all the way to endgame. Was farming T17, AFK watching FX with detailed progression, accurate information, unlike other vid where they have wrong infos and they have to delete the vid and report. And repost A++. Oh, this guy's taking shots at Corbin. Like I said, I'm not telling you guys to do this, but if you wanted to inform Ron of all the stuff we're talking about that he could fix in his build, that's up to you guys. You know, lay out a full detailed list of things that are configured wrong in the POB. I'll leave that up to you guys. I won't engage with that, but I'm also not gonna be shocked if one of you want to do that. Wink, wink. That's what I mean, Baze. Is it the one that's going core or just part of the league? Yeah, I don't. All right, what am I doing here? Let's look at gear. There's our Cyclone gem. Oh, thank you. Let's look at items. No staff. I need a red, green, blue in order for this to work. Should probably just get it from gear, so okay. So here's what I do, guys. Royal staff, boom, we got it. Easy. We have our weapon. Always easy.
What is it?
Alright, I don't think I have a whetstone though, unfortunately. Okay. So we have our staff. We do have a whetstone. Let's go. We have an essence. Can we get a rustic sash? This is me forcing Cyclone as early as possible, guys. I do this. You don't have to do this. You could keep playing Static Strike to your heart's content. But I like to spin as soon as possible. It's how I like to play the game. We're gonna sacrifice it for the gods. Not a bad roll, actually. I'll take it. Alright, we got our weapon. We gotta go do library, though, to unlock our gems. So there's that. Okay. Still zero info about the cord belt. Yeah, that is weird, for sure. Oh, snap, we got a 4-link red for our General's Cry. Alright, well I guess we could put Cyclone in chest. We'll probably roll a armor evasion chest and see if we get 4-link on that. That's pretty good. Every single vendor said no. Damn, that's some bad RNG. Some bad RNG.
Fortune favor you.
Thanks mildly, by the way, for the follow. Appreciate that. That is a lot of whetstones. Not complaining. You know, it'd be a great game if you gave me a Regal. That would be fantastic. The game was against you today? Oh, I'm sure the crafts are changing. What they're going to change to, I don't know, but it could be very expensive because chromes are going to be incredibly rare, so... Well, I don't know if I want to say incredibly rare. They're going to be a lot rarer. Whether they're as rare as like an Exalted Orb could be a thing. As rare as a Divine. They're probably gonna have the same rarity of like a Chaos Orb or an Exalt. Well, Exalt's like Divine. It's probably gonna be the same, but they buffed Exalts. It's probably gonna be more like an Exalt or Chaos, I would imagine. 1 Chrome is 2 Divine. So like a middle ground. So closer to an Alchemy. I think they want... I think Chromes are designed to be like on the rarity or... Like, I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, because Chaos is like, you get a couple Chaos throughout the campaign, right? You don't get like a ton. So they're probably more online around something like a drop of a Chaos. Maybe a little bit better. Yeah, fusing actually is probably a good way to look at it. They might be like a fusing. They're simply going to be a lot rarer. I bet you the craft is going away. Like, you're no longer going to be able to do red, blue, green for a Chrome 2. That's probably just removed. I don't know if I saw that in the patch notes or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do that if it isn't in the patch notes. Yeah, I'm not shocked that they're that rare, honestly. Oh, you're not, you know what? So I just realized, yeah, everything's gonna be dropping like pretty much white sockets with 1 color. Yeah, you're right. That's true. You are not wrong. Okay. Oh, we did get a Regal to drop. Oh my god, dude, we got a Regal for our craft. What is going on? All right, let's log this. Let's Regal it. Those are all garbage, but we can go craft on at the bench, and we are fucking solid. Biz damage. Look at that beautiful weapon that we're gonna start out with. All right, we need a red, green, blue. We've got our 4 red. Hopefully I can hit 4 red on this. There we go. I'm gonna alch it. Okay. We're gonna sell this other stuff. All right, I am now going to try and see if I can get a chest on which we're gonna try to color for Cyclone. That's a red, green, blue. I'll take that for now. So we just need our gems. We just need gems. We grab currency. I only have 5 alts, so we have to be specific about what we're doing here. We're gonna need... Let's grab our Fortify. Okay, we want General's Cry and Auto Exertion. And we'll pick up a Sunder. These 3 are mandatory for GC. We're then gonna pick up a Desecrate because we need that for single target. Okay, we're gonna grab our Infused Channeling for Cyclone, as well as Shockwave. And then we need a 4th gem for, which we can just use the melee fizz we already have here. All right, so these go here. New chest goes here. We'll worry about Blood Rage later. We'll fix Desecrate. We need a slot for you, and we need faster attacks and Leap Slam. Okay, we don't care about Static Strike anymore. We have our weapon actually. In which case we can throw Leap Slam, I guess, in there for now. Alright. Cyclone. Oh, we don't need Decoy Totem anymore. Decoy Totem's not going to work with that. We're going to put this here. Alright. Let's go to town. We spinning, baby, the best part? Yeah, dude. Yeah, we are. Oh, we need Blood and Sand, and we don't need Intimidating Cry anymore. Alright, let's sell a bunch of this stuff. This is the hardest part of leveling, is doing the swap right here, guys. Alright, I need ideally something that has more green sockets. We'll try for a better helm, maybe. Sure, we'll just use this for now. Desecrate, faster attacks, and leap slam. I'll go in there. Perfect. And we can probably also squeeze in a Frostblink. Okay. Alright, let's grab... Can I get better boots? Actually, would be pretty dope. They're all shit. Okay. But you got colors.
There is nothing else.
Alright, I'm gonna grab a Frostblink. Couldn't keep yourself from one last test? Well, you know how it is. You know how it is. Alright, that's it guys, build is online. We're now playing this for pretty much the entirety of the campaign and mapping and everything. Now, once again, this isn't going to be faster than leveling with Static Strike, but we get to spin, and that is the whole point. That is the whole point. This will be even better once we can get Fortify running here. Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't do fucking... We didn't kill Piety. That's hilarious. Alright, we'll go do that real quick. Oh, Blood Rage would be pretty good right now. RIP. For the frenzy charges. Wonder how I can fit Blood Rage back in. Probably gotta roll chromes on the helm to get 3 green and 1 red. Not Piety on Piety? No Piety on Piety? Efficient Gaming? Yeah, I know, dude. I've had a mentally long 2 days, so I'm just trying to decompress right now. It's been a long work week. My brain is kind of like jello right now. A lot of this is just like muscle memory. That's why my campaign run is probably the worst time on my campaign run in a few runs right now. I'm just half in, half out at the moment. Think colors will be a non-issue now? Yeah, I know, for real, dude. And it could be this way, actually. It probably is not. Yeah. I don't even have PoE installed. What am I doing? I would say, yeah, you get, well, to be fair, you have till Friday to fix that, so, but I would probably get on that sooner rather than later. For sure. Alright, for those of you that don't know, I get this question quite a bit. Why do we use Desecrate on the build? Well, we use Desecrate on the build because we need corpses for General's Cry. And on a single target fight, there's no corpses, so you spawn the corpses like this, your clones will repeatedly spawn and start auto-attacking everything. And then you just kill the boss. Corpses need to be relatively close to where you're fighting, so you sometimes have to respawn them if the boss is annoying and jumps around like this. And yeah. Now she's over here. Now she's over here. And now she's over here. So that wasn't annoying at all. Yeah, well, we got lucky and we got a regal for the first weapon craft, so I have a pretty good fizz staff right now. We also have like 4 links, so at least for yeah, that stuff. I would like movement speed boots, to be fair. I just can't get lucky and get those. Oh. Okay.
There is nothing else.
I'll take 20% speed. Take 20% speed, movement speed boots. Yeah, that works, game. Thank you. Thank you, game. You had to look. Sometimes in life, guys, you just have to ask. Sometimes in life, you just ask. It's really that simple. We're gonna re-grab Blood Rage, and now we got our Blood Rage back. Now we are complete. We're actually complete, and we can go kill Dominice. How do you General's Cry?
Be careful.
You use it with auto exertions, so you don't have to manually cast the skill, and then you just, it will generate as you kill stuff and there's corpses nearby. Most of the time life sends you the Jonathan, yeah. So if you guys didn't know, I'm actually incredibly unlucky when I play this game. So getting that 20% movement speed boots was like a once in a lifetime thing. I'll leave that to you, Niche. How would we compare our build to Corbin? I like Corbin. Corbin's a good guy. I'd say our build is the definitive Cyclone build. I think Corbin's is, he does more like, he likes to use Cyclone of Tumult with that Stampede. The problem is that when you do that, you can't really stack Cyclone of Tumult. You have to feather the skill. So he plays Cyclone of Tumult a little bit differently than I do. It's not how I would choose to play it. He likes to run Tumult. He can like, we have, on my build, I kind of have a speeding mapping version that does close to 150 million damage that utilizes Mage Blood with regular Cyclone for ultimate speed. He likes to run kind of like one build that runs both a Mage Blood and Tailwind Boots and Tumult. But the problem is even with Mage Blood and Tailwind Boots and all that stuff, you still move incredibly slow with Tumult, and it just feels really bad as a mapper, in my opinion. So where he has kind of one build where he merges everything together, I deviate and I have a bossing build that prioritizes as much damage as possible and caps out around 300 million damage right now. And then I have a mapping version that's about half that damage, but it has insane speed. That's basically the difference. And then I leave it up to you guys to decide, do you want to play the speedy version of my build where you're going to zoom? Or do you want to have like close to 300 million damage and just fucking blow up an Uber Pinnacle boss in 3 to 5 seconds? Depends on what you're trying to do. But I think that if you want to play Corbin's version of Cyclone, it is fine. A lot of the elements of his build are based off of my core build, so you'll have a good time playing either one. This is actually Duelist. I haven't done my Ascendancy yet, but yes, we are going Slayer when we do our Ascendancy.
Welcome to the greatest of the rulers, Duelist. God, good watching.
Holy shit. I don't know what my life got to there, but we were like living on the edge. That was bananas.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Nixon?
Living on the edge. Oh, I have such little health right now. That's why. I usually have around 900 HP. I'm sitting at 630. I just fucking sent it all damage on this run. All damage.
This world is an illusion, Nixon.
My Dell build is very simple. It's still just like one button Cyclone. However, it is incredibly expensive. Like very expensive. Oh, we need to take stun immunity for my next skill point. And feel those stuns coming in when they do.
Just death to address an unjust exile. I think we're even now, my Templar.
It's my first league, so I just want to try different versions to see the build's potential. Next league, I'll pick one to focus on. Gotcha. Yours seems more chill.
What could be more relaxing?
Yeah, my Dell build is super simple. It's just expensive. Now, putting the core tech that, you know, of the gear and everything is not simple and expensive, but playing the build is simple. You have no rush on getting there? Gotcha. I just want to make sure that expectations are firmly established. That's why I will go with Scion. Maybe with Mercs I can solve the expensive problem. Dude, you know what? It kind of would be interesting to do a Scion run. Maybe I put together a Cyclone Scion tomorrow and I just level it non-ascended and see like what that would feel like all the way to like maps. Kind of would be interesting to get that kind of put together, because maybe there's a world in which I play Cyclone as a Scion and I use Mercenaries to augment. Maybe I put something together and do that tomorrow on stream, even though I never really want to play PoE the day before the league. It's supposed to be a cleanse.
Yes. What do you need now?
All right.
Clear guide.
Now this is
So basically, what I do for Cyclone, guys, is my first two support gens are Infused Channeling and Fortify. when I can get both of those on. There are better DPS support gems, but I can tell you right now, playing staff with block and using infused channeling and fortify is going to feel really good when you're going through the campaign. And then usually my 4th link on Cyclone is going to be that shockwave support. If I get lucky and get a 5 link, then we would probably do pulverize for AoE and some damage. Thanks Nacho for the follow. Yep, shockwave is the 4th link. You can run shockwave as 3rd link, especially if you're playing softcore. But that fortify just feels really good, you know. Like fortified and infused channeling, and because we run General's Cry to help out with AoE clear, I kind of feel fine waiting to personally do shockwave as a 4th link for myself. I always kind of treat my runs from a hardcore perspective, but yeah, you can totally do shockwave with infused and cyclone as the initial setup.
Yes?
See you. There's nothing like making
Oh, yeah, I was. Sorry. You were asking how my Caswell channeling Cyclone went yesterday. That needs time to cook. That needs time to cook. Didn't quite work out the way I wanted. Oh my gosh.
Can we be of help?
That's a really good helm. That's a pretty good helm. We like that. See if I can get a better chest. Queen's Decree, the cool skin one? Damn. Okay.
Look me in the
Oh, there's our 4-link for Cyclone.
You shall
All things in time come together. What about cast on crit assassin? Or I haven't looked at assassin yet. Assassin might be the play if we're gonna try it again, going over instead of going witch. Because assassin got bifurcate, right, from PoE2. That could be something. Sounds like an Azaro quote. Spinning up all my luck, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Guess I could be. Azaro honestly has some of the best like quotes in the game, hands down. Like all of my shit on Twitch is basically Azaro quotes. They're fantastic. Voyages are one portal. Ooh. The entire voyage is one portal. How do you get in and out? Like, I thought they said. I thought they said for voyages, they left multiple areas in each chart that makes up a voyage that you could port out. Or is it one portal to get down to the voyage, and then you use your submersible to go to the hub or something, and the hub is a part of the thing, so you don't have to use a portal? I don't know. That doesn't make sense with what they said about ease of access of being able to go up and down into voyages, because you're going to get so much loot that you're not going to be able to just stay in each chart. I guess, yeah, you do send up the loot. Gotcha, that's interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Just don't die. I guess it's the risk versus reward. The tougher you make the voyage, and the more lucrative it is, then the risk is you could die and lose the whole voyage. I guess that's the aspect of it they're going for. I mean, if I play hardcore, if I die, I lose, like, anyways, so whatever. Well, I would just keep playing it as SSF softcore, but yeah. Yeah, occasionally there's some pretty good dialogue quotes in these games. Alright, 4-link Cyclone, let's go. Loot crate's connected to your stash. Okay. I forgot to pick up a curse. We want Poacher's Mark. Get another green socket I gotta find a slot for. Rough, man. These socket colors. These socket colors are rough, man.
Yes? Until next.
What do you want?
Go grab a Poacher's Mark.
Mine. Fortune favor you.
Alright, now we can go do lab.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's Labyrinth. Within these walls, justice prevail.
Ooh, breach tab. Let's go. They have been consistently making like just good quality of life additions with every league, probably for like the last year and a half.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Things that slumber never.
It should be okay for Legion. There's way better builds for farming Legion, but this should be okay-ish.
Failure is an illusion. Such resilience. Pity the emperor who sits alone.
Thanks, Dorsuck, for the follow. I didn't really look at what they did with physical spells. And thanks, Toad, also for the follow.
To strike, an emperor strikes without it. The emperor beckons, enter the world of endless.
Hello, friend. Ooh, but intelligence is going to be a thing with that. Intelligence for what? Frostblink? Fuck Frostblink. That's a pretty good amulet. That's a pretty good amulet, guys. That's a pretty good amulet. Cheating? Never. I never cheat. I forget the base level of replica, but it's pretty low. So I typically farm anywhere from T1 maps to T4 maps, and then I run the blueprints that drop from those. From testing, it seems like T4 is probably the best range, but I think that might just be a lot of like hyperbole. Like, I think the truth is they can spawn as early as a T1 blueprint, and if there's any extra replicas that spawn after T1 from the reward room or can compete in the pool, then it could be worse. But a lot of people swear after lots of testing that like eye level 71 or T4 blueprints seem to be the way. Myself, I've seen replica stampede in a T1 blueprint. I've also seen it in like a, you know, like a T4 item level 71. So definitely low level is the key. You don't want to be doing high level blueprints because then you're competing for more stuff that could spawn in the reward room. Gotcha, yeah. If you're playing trading, you can buy the blueprints. It'll be better because you can do them quicker. Blessed run. It's the blessed run.
Embrace our gifts and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Alright, so it should be, if I've done everything correctly. Ooh, is my gem stuff not set up? There it is. If I've done everything correctly, it should be as easy as 1, 2, 3. Nope. I did not do everything correctly. Ideally, Stampede is better because it reduces the cooldown recovery of movement skills, but either or is fine because the goal is to use either or to be able to use Cyclone of Tumult, so you can use whatever is the cheapest option.
See you.
Oh, let's make a bleed class real quick so I don't die like I sometimes do here.
Yes.
Would be preferred. Yeah, let's get a better mana flask.
See ya.
Alright, can we get lucky? There it is, boys. There is our bleed flask. Alright. Oh, no, we're not fucking around tonight, Drift. I mean, I guess we're going pretty slow on this run. I'm about like 10 to 15 minutes slower right now than what I would be doing if I was well rested and playing super efficiently, but yeah. Look at that Cyclone. Oh, yeah. Thought that was a 5-link for a second. I was like, that can't be possible. Actually, let's pick this bad boy up, because what are the odds that I blow a fusing on that and we get a 5-link? How crazy would that be? I'm not the best at like recommending trade strategies for farms, because I don't really follow the economy since I'm SSF. No, I have the NT. Is it? It's 53. Yep. It's got 90 life on it right now, though. Dude, that's crazy. Just regal it when I get one and just throw some resistance on there. That's a pretty banger starter chest. What's the armor? It's like 205. It's not great, but it's a 5-link. The armor's kind of tragic, actually. It's a 5-link. Holy moly, latency, what the fuck? That died. What is going on right now? What is going on right now?
pleasure to finally meet you, duelist. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Let us bathe you in blood, duelist, so that this world might be bathed in glory.
Now, exile!
What?
Now, exile!
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. I gave my life. Now for so much. Accept the gift of it. Nightmare is the true eternal. Are you so in love with death?
It's a strange feeling when fighting is done. See.
Yeah, I should be okay with not meeting again. Family has wound down for the evening. Pee-wee 2, Act 2 boss looking different. I should do another practice run, will I though? Always practice. You must always practice. I am going the wrong way. Treating this like it's Act 9 instead of Act 5. You can always afford to practice. When you think you know them, they change on you. Precisely. Military staff. I'd like to see you.
Unit heading out to the
Got weird late hours today, just driving you mad? Yeah.
On Highway 99.
Yeah, it can be like that.
Just clearing another call. I'm headed over there. Closing fast on a vehicle that matches the description. That reported party. All units go to condition 2. Piled into a rig. Stand by. I'm gonna try to get in front of this guy, slow him down. 016, 1023 with the pursuit.
Oh, we got it just in time for our next weapon crafts. Hell yeah, dude. Just in time. This guy never does that. Trying to get me killed.
Whatever happened to a good old-fashioned?
All right.
Didn't even break a sweat. This feels like
You deserve it. Once keep. Remember, we do this for free. Our simple God.
Whitlan.
I have like no lightning resistance. What is going on here? No lightning resistance? It's crazy.
Hello. For freedom.
Alright, that is much better. What does that mark do you have? It basically reduces enemies' physical damage reduction, and then it allows me to leech off of them. I get 14 mana and 28 life when I hit enemies. Alright, we just gotta figure out a little bit more lightning resistance before we swap over to Act 6. You basically just summon the Harbinger guy, and he occasionally gives you the buff. It's passive. So you just summon him, and he's just a little minion that follows you around, and he occasionally gives you the buff. Good old reliable topaz ring. Heck yeah, dude. Old reliable. That's a good catch, Pack. The mobilytics might be a little bit more dated than the POB. I gotta update that if that's the case. I would follow the POB more than the mobilytics. I mostly throw the mobilytics together because some people were having access to they're having issues accessing the POB due to Cloudflare issues. Alright, let's go kill Katava, I guess. Could gamble for something. Yeah, the lightning resistance is just really bad on that.
Fearful, yes.
68 life is pretty good, and it can put my Cyclone in there to free up chests. Let me see what movement speed craft I have. Yeah, I might take the slight reduction in movement speed as an option for moving this over. How good is this build for Harvest Farm? This build is really good for doing Harvest. Harvest is one of the mechanics I actually farm a lot on SSF for gear. It's pretty good. Dude is flexing RNG. Look, man. Yeah, but they weren't good. They weren't good.
Are the keys?
They weren't good, unique boots. When you say update the tree for 3.29, what do you mean update the tree for 3.29? Skill tree's been updated. The skill tree should be the same in Mobalytics as they are in the POB. It might just be my notes sections that are outdated. Oh, POB has already done an update for 3.29. Oh yeah, I'll knock that out after stream tonight. Yeah, they must have updated it sometime this week. You should just be able to import the build into, or convert it yourself to 3.29 for now. So POB hasn't released an update yet, so then yeah, we're good. We don't know what the difference in calculations are going to be, Pack. There's no way to tell until we play the game. They don't release the formulas so that we can like do the math. So it's basically going to be play on Friday and find out what is the difference between mana cost efficiency and reduced mana. Like, I don't know what those calculations look like. All they said in the patch notes is that they should work appropriately the same, right? So if you get 10% reduced mana cost, it should work the appropriately same as 10% mana cost efficiency. That's what they said. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out on Friday. But I can't sim shit if they don't put the calculations out, and especially if the calculations are not out, and POB doesn't have like an update for it. There's no way to tell you one way or the other whether it's going to feel the same, feel worse. All I can tell you is that the total mana costs benchcraft that we use on our rings and amulet to bring Cyclone down to 0, that hasn't changed. So those crafts will still work exactly the same in 3.29 as they do in 3.28. Yeah, but that doesn't mean the calculations are the same, Chris. It could be that, you know, it's mana efficiency is half as good as reduced, you know, or some shit. Who knows? How was my day? It's pretty good. It's been a pretty long day. Right, it's probably, we'll see how it feels when we do the league. That's my stance on it. I don't know what the exact to a percentile equivalent of it is until they actually release the formulas for that. Nobody will ever know, to be honest. Blackmail Talisman. My guide is super complete. Thanks. Hey, I appreciate it. Good, I'm old. Alright guys, I gotta pause for a second. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, guys, I had to grab another drink here. And some water. And timer. I think I'm gonna actually skip crafting military staff and get the do the next upgrade, because damage feels okay-ish right now. Crafting axes is easier than doing staffs, in my experience. But I love the staff. You can do heists before maps. There's no reason not to, I guess. I just do it when I get to maps. Bow orb? That's crazy. Maybe get a lucky drop, who knows? You could, yeah. You could definitely get a lucky drop.
Yes. Farewell.
Come here, quickly. Your body has survived my real.
Yeah, I have some crafting videos on YouTube with direct links on my website. Basically going over some crafts that I did in 3.28 for various items. In our Discord, we also have a channel with pins on some other crafting stuff. Yeah, no problem. Do I skip tattoo? Never skip tattoo. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. It's the blessed run. The blessed run. Speedrun, yeah. The blessed run. That's from that's funny shit.
My spirit is spent.
Oh yeah, we gotta deal with mana costs on Cyclone soon. For real. For reals. We signed for 20 divine at the time. We prefer the staff. Brandon Frost Blink. What's the new RNG flex? I wasn't watching. We got a movement speed tattoo, 2%. Yeah, I mean, it could be for like insane burst damage on a boss for an Uber if you're playing the far end version of the bossing build, but I don't know. I wouldn't recommend playing Abyssus. Abyssus to me is a bait helm that's shouldn't be seriously considered for anything anymore. We have plenty of damage without it. Well, my end-game version of the build does like almost 300 million damage right now, so why do we need Abyssus? You're gonna kill an Uber Pinnacle boss super quick, like within several seconds. Like, why wear a helm that's going to make it so that when you do other content outside of bossing, like, you're just going to feel incredibly weak, you know? So I don't see the point. It's an antiquated helm from a time when you didn't need defense in this game the way you do now. But is it oak viable? Is it oak viable? What do you mean, is it oak viable? Am I missing a meme or something? a bit low. Okay, it's oak viable. It's not definitely oak, right? Definitely oak, probably not viable. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Thanks, Jerky. Path of Cheddar for the follows. Let's pay attention so I don't die here.
Always a pleasure.
That name? Yeah. To get to 300 million in SSF though? Maybe all 4 months of the league? If you're lucky. Maybe all 4 months? Well, Ben is a machine, you know, like he... Ben's the machine. Truly an inspiration. Yeah, he really is. Has a skill set that goes beyond us mere mortals. Oh, you like the soundtrack? Thanks, dude. Yeah, people tend to like the playlist. Oh, thanks, yeah. The melee bros, I guess. The melee bros. You're looking at the POV and you're like, Cyclone's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. Are you looking at the Dell version? Because that's the one that I have on, or I had on Mirage. Are you just looking at the standard? Yeah, block is crazy good. Block, you gotta remember, it's block, fortify, infuse channeling. We stack like 5 endurance charges. It's pretty good defense. If you're gonna play a skill like melee, or sorry, a skill like melee, if you're gonna play a skill like Cyclone, which is a melee skill where you're like right on top of stuff, you want like as much defense as possible. Yeah. And keep in mind, right now you're watching me play hardcore SSF. You know, this is a fresh run character in a hardcore SSF private event league that you're watching. Yep, plus we have Overleach, one of the hallmarks of Planet Slayer. It's pretty good. Alright, where the hell am I going in here? This is one of the worst zones in the game. I hate this place. This zone and the zone before you do the X6 boss is awful. Change yours to Scream? Oh, yeah. I imagine Filter Blade's gonna take care of a lot of that. What's up, man? Assuming you meant work has been crazy for you. I'm excited to decompress this week with a new league. What's up, Chaotic? Yeah, I'm ready to start that. Hardcore SSF real run on Friday. I think I'm gonna start out hardcore SSF. I was debating hardcore trade over hardcore SSF if I want to do some kind of delving stuff, but we'll see. It's hardcore one flavor or the other, you know? Last couple leagues I've started hardcore SSF, but to like push delve, I think you got to go trade. I think like to do delve, if I want to pursue that in any shape or form, it's just going to be too hard with work to be able to balance that and not be playing trade. And then you just need insane gear that you're only going to get by playing trade. It may not be even possible on hardcore. There's just way less players. Everything is good on this build except for Legion. Legion's like not amazing because we don't have screen wide clear. But you can make money doing any other content in the game. Like I've done Ritual, Harvest, Expedition. They're all good. Essence farming is good. Strong boxes are really good. The new Abyss is probably going to be really good. Like Cyclones can do anything. The only thing that it doesn't excel at really well is Legion because you don't have screen wide clear. Maybe I'll just try it on hardcore SSF and we'll see what happens, Chaotic, you know? My plan is to... Fucking, I'm going Cyclone. My plan is to spend the first week, though, largely focusing on the league mechanic. And then once I get decent gear, I'll start to do Delve, probably week 2. Gotta do a leveling run tomorrow? Oh, no. Probably slams on week 2. Legion, they made it so you only need to kill the main guys now, yeah. Sure what you mean. You open Abyss is crazy this league? Yeah. Cyclone is your passion. Hey, if you want to talk about Cyclone being your passion, you're talking to the right person here. I sympathize. Alright, how's my hit looking right now? Ooh, let's fix that with this. Boom. And now we're hit capped. Easy. Easy game. This game is easy. This game is easy.
I've never used a king before.
Farewell. Not one.
Greetings. Stay sharp out there. What now?
Where's Bossus? Gamble for items.
I'd consider that a win.
Good tidings to you.
See, I can get a little bit more lightning resistance on my gear before I do the boss. Where's my fire resist actually at? Let's swap this for lightning. That should be pretty good. Okay. That looks better. Let's go do the boss. Boss time. Boss time. This boss was like my arch enemy for years because I would always die to this boss. He was my original arc. Exarch is now my enemy because he kills all my hardcore characters when I go do a, you know, Voidstone fight, but so I can't do ball phase on hardcore. But yeah, this guy used to be my nemesis. We had a feud for years. Dude, I don't know if you were here, Gallic, but I did like one of these test runs several days ago, and I went to go fight Arakali, and they were possessed, and I was like, surely this will be okay. I have no chaos resistance, but surely what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, she was possessed, and then like did the fucking like shotgun stuff with chaos, and I got destroyed in like 1.3 seconds. I just didn't realize I could just stand still and half the time the circles won't even spawn on me. Yeah, dude, it's... Once you understand the fight, it's like... Got sent back 2 leagues. Yeah. Yeah, it was rough.
So strong.
Was rough. She's in love with the crab thing, you know? She's in love with the crab thing. Can't judge somebody for what they love. She loves the crab meat. She loves the crab meat. Poor simp was even a word, yeah. Alright, do I try using this on a dexterity node and bricking my stuff right now? 86 dexterity. Yeah, that would brick it. We're gonna save the tattoo for a rainy day. Hey, you know, don't judge my boy. He might have to use the restroom. It's all the leap slams, you know, they get the bowels moving. All those leap slams, you know. Even his leap slam looks ridiculous. Like, look how he moves. It's so stupid. High fives to random people. Yeah.
I refuse.
Leaning heavy on League starting this, though I'd like to ask if you consider making a gear gambling guide with what bases and stats to look for to help out progression. Basically, it's pretty simple. Like, follow my POB. When you're leveling in the campaign, you want as much armor as possible. Always aim for armor-based pieces of gear with life and resistances. That's it. That's all you need to know for leveling. Life, resistances, armor. That's all you care about. Make sure you upgrade your weapon every 10 levels or so. That's like really about it. And then I have actual POBs that, in my POB I have actual loadouts that will tell you like actual gear to go for once you're past level 77.
Touching this makes me feel strange.
You are aware.
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, guys, like, you don't want to be running, like, energy shield gear playing this character. You're going to care about links, but you're still going to want armor, right? So, you're going to have a really bad time if, like, you have 3% physical damage reduction because you're wearing all, like, intelligence bases with ES. It's not going to be good. The armor still matters. You think they're doing 4.0 finally? We finally getting 4.0? Well, GGG has been doing a phenomenal job with both games for a while now. They had to figure out like splitting their splitting / hiring more people and having dedicated teams for both games. But now that they've done that for like the last year and a half, it's been phenomenal content for both games. Pretty much, they got their shit figured out. Yeah, I think they were not prepared for the backlash they were going to get from the core fans, right? The PoE 1 gamers, by neglecting PoE 1 for so long. I think they realized that was going to be a major bad financial decision for them to do that. So they fixed it. They got separate teams. A vision battle. Vision battle. I mean, they are, for them, like, quite honestly, two different games, right? They very much are two different games. So, yeah. Well, I'm naturally going to recommend Cyclone, but you can play whatever skill you think you're going to have the most fun playing. I'm actually worried for RF. No way they will make it the same. People ask me all the time, they're like, hey, do you think they're going to add Cyclone to PoE 2? And I'm like, dude, I don't think they're going to ever add Cyclone or RF to PoE 2. I don't think there is a part of that vision of the game in which they want a single button build, or as close to single button builds as you can get. RF is like a no button build. I think the closest we're getting to Cyclone and PoE 2 already exists, and it's called Whirling Assault. And to be quite honest, I'm not a big fan of Whirling Assault. Like, I want Cyclone. I like this skill. This is what this reminds me of Barb and D3, and like this is, you know, what I like to play. I don't want to play Whirling Assault. That's what you were gonna say, yeah. I mean, you can run Cyclone now without GC through the campaign. It's doable. Just won't feel as good.
Ahoy there. Well, it's not nothing. What have you got for me? Good luck to you.
You think they're divines? Deliver the fireflies. Deliver the fireflies.
You up? Remember,
Turn one left. Yeah, there's an Ezra.
Oh, hello. Hello, friend. I'll take you. Want to set myself on fire? Yeah. Bizarre.
I refuse.
Guys, I'm still using the same weapon from Act 3. It's crazy. Still using the same weapon from Act 3. If it works, it works. Yeah. Guess so.
For the stone.
Just crazy. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Yes. Yes, indeed. No, he can't do that though. If it works, don't fuck with it. I mean, yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? It's all the same way of saying the same thing. Oh, I'm sure it is. I just, I'm not feeling an overwhelming need for damage the last few acts. So, and I have a Regal. I can make a really good staff. I'm basically holding out for, I believe it's 55. We get Foul Staff. And then I'll make another decent weapon. Vendor recipe with Regal. And finish off with Benchcraft. I just made like an insane weapon in Act 3. And it's carried me through all these acts is what I was basically getting at. But if it works, break it. Well, it's starting to not feel like it's working. It's decent, but I can tell the damage is slowly tapering off now.
Approach, challenger.
So he became a Beyblade. Alright, Rage. Let's go. Let's go, Rage. I'm tanky because of my resistances being capped. I have, I'm using Cyclone with Infused Channeling and with Fortify support. And I have a staff I'm using for Cyclone with block, so all those things together just make me pretty tanky. I tickles the white trash, yeah. I guess. Yep, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Four more than skill this league. The key is you buy them early. Make a shit ton of money and buy them early, and then stay ahead of the economy. It's that easy, right? I wouldn't know to recommend Mark beyond what I do. I would look at Aloha and what he does with his build. It would be the I would follow his build if you want to play Static Strike, because I haven't even looked into it, to be completely honest.
Sun is changing.
It's a pretty good ring. That's a pretty good ring. Pretty good. So I don't play trade usually, Janice, so I would recommend looking at just any general YouTube guides. I think Chris has one, I forget the name of he's got a farm strat video. We've looked at his stuff before, it's pretty good. But I have different strategies I use on the Atlas when I play SSF for gearing my character that are not like designed around making money on trade. And I don't really bother to keep up with the trade economy or what's good because it doesn't matter to me, so. I think Winter Orb's gonna be a really good starter, yeah. You pinned it in the Discord main chat? Okay, I'll let people know if they ask. Thanks. Yeah, so it's, I would look at that content and give you a good idea of what you may like to do, essentially. Yeah, no problem. Dude, this is like one staff to rule them all. This is the best. This is like the best royal staff I've ever played. It just is. It's like remaining decent. It's not amazing, but it's like decent. We made the. So my thing is like, to me, the best version of Barb is D3 Barb, but that's the first action RPG I played like 20 years ago or whatever. So like that's when I look at like my favorite version of Barb. Not my favorite, well, Barb and D3, yes, is that. And so Cyclone, spinning in Cyclone to me, spinning in PoE with Cyclone to me feels like the closest to D3 Barb. Because spinning in D4 as a Barb just feels kind of like, yeah, like spinning in D4 just feels kind of like micromanagement of shouts and all this other shit. But like D3 Barbs, like Whirlrend, was fucking amazing. Yeah, like that to me is like that. Like when I play Cyclone on PoE, it's like chasing that memory 15-20 years ago of playing Whirlrend Barb in D3 and just fucking blasting and having a really good time. And that's basically why I think Cyclone appeals to me, because that was my favorite thing ever in D3. And I played so much D3. Do you want me to get some distance from WoW so I can finally drop it? Cursed Graham. I mean, I still enjoy World of Warcraft. I don't play it nearly as much as I used to. And I played it, I actually haven't really played it much this expansion either. But there's a piece of me that still likes 15 years wasted on that game. I really enjoy my retail account, actually. Like, I still have fun in that game, but I like collecting the stuff. I don't like raid or do stuff as much as I used to. Like drugs. PoE has definitely taken over as like my main game. If we want to talk about like, you know, live service games, PoE 1 has taken over as kind of like that thing. Whereas like WoW has now been something that I will drop instantly if there's a conflict with work or there's a conflict with PoE. WoW takes the back burner to both now. And it's crazy to think, because like for me, WoW used to be everything. Like everything. Like WoW used to be everything. Now it's nothing. No, I would not. This is what I tell people. My build is SSF viable up until like the level 96 loadout, very realistically. After that, you're starting to get into it being designed around trade. So that's the way to look at my PoB loadouts. Yeah, so Shadowlands was like where I really started to check out of the game. When they destroyed the lore with Shadowlands, I was like, well, it's been real. You were raised on Warcraft 3? Yeah. See, and I got into WoW late. Like, I actually started WoW back in like, or I got into the whole Blizzard universe with World of Warcraft and TBC. You know, so I started playing end of TBC. So I'm actually kind of like a Wrath baby, actually. So I am really kind of interested in seeing what they're doing for Classic Plus. I didn't play SOD because when SOD came out, I was still I was still in the military, and it was hard for me to commit to stuff like WoW. But I am really interested in seeing what they've got going on for Classic Plus, because I have all the freedom now to manage my own life and schedule and time and everything. And yeah, it looks like it could be a lot of fun. I might put some time in that. Yeah, I just wasn't able to, for about almost 10 years, that's really what got me into PoE 2, was, you know, PoE's the type of game that you could obviously play by yourself. You can play it on your own hours. So, you know, for almost 10 years while I was in the military, it was the perfect game to play because, you know, it was hard to commit to schedules and other stuff. But now I can do whatever I want outside of my normal work schedule. You say you retired from WoW, Chris, but wait till that Classic Plus drops and it's like amazing. Let him be free. Let him be free. Don't tempt him. Yeah, okay. Alright. I won't be that guy. Got hooked on D1 and D2. I don't know, man. I still feel Classic. Like, there's something about leveling a new character in Classic that still hits hard for me. Like, I still like to do hardcore runs. Like, I still like just leveling a fresh character. There's something about that that still feels, I don't know, maybe because it's such a part of my gaming identity. It just feels right, you know? It was still my soul for a few months. I'll probably stream it, dude. I'll probably get into it and be streaming it in between PoE if I get really hooked into it. I'll have to find a guild or people to play with if it's decent. Is it really that bad, Chris? Damn. Well, I kind of feel like that's what the military did for me. I got my degree, I got my certifications. I put myself in a position now where I have a pretty good, a really great career, actually. I work for a really good company right now. But yeah, I did drop WoW for a lot of my time in the military and focused on not just, you know, obviously the military stuff, but setting myself up. Yeah. That's crazy, Chris. Yeah. Well, this is kind of how I look at work in life, right? So for me, gaming is my #1 hobby, right? This is what I love to do, you know? So to me, work exists for 2 reasons. Well, I'd say 3 reasons. 1, it's so I can survive, right? 2, I actually can say that I have a job that I like and I'm interested in and passionate about. And then 3, to fund my hobby, which is gaming. Because if I'm not at work and I'm not plugged into that, this is all I want to do. So it funds this lifestyle. Oh yeah, it's time for a new weapon. Definitely time for a new weapon. We know you're a billionaire. Stop. Bro, I'm far from a billionaire. Far from a billionaire. But I do tell people all this time, I'm very fortunate, so I enjoy the support and subs and everything, but you absolutely do not have to sub. I'm not doing this for money. You know, follows are great, but this is just a hobby for me, guys. This will never be a career. I will never make anywhere near enough money streaming that I do as a career. So this is fun shit, dude. I don't do this as a job or something. I do this to hang out with you guys and play Cyclone. Well, I'm going to play the game anyways, right? And I like making the content. It's my favorite thing to play in the game, so it's like a win-win. You know?
What is it?
Oh, we have an amazing community that's developed over the last 2 years. A bunch of billionaires. I don't know about all that.
Watch yourself.
Yeah, we need a better weapon. What level am I? 55? So this is the perfect level to get our weapon. Let's see what we get. Does he have a foul staff for me? He does. Alright. Do I want to risk Gamba for something, maybe?
Could do worse, exile.
Oh my. That's T3 Fizz. Wait, what? That's T3 Fizz. 10% attack speed. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on a second. And then I can just go do this. And then we can just do this. Okay. And we have a 380 PDPS weapon, and
Okay, let's go.
we have a 300 PD.
Hardly hope that keeping life to you.
Boy there!
Dude, it's the blessed run. It's the blessed run. It's blessed. All right, well, yeah, that's a thing we just did. That's a thing we just did. Uh-huh. And we're gonna give up that for now, and we're gonna take that. Too bad it's not Friday. Yeah, I picked the wrong time to get lucky, right guys? I picked the wrong time to get lucky. That's some damage there. That's the damage. Alright, how does the rest of my gear look? Pretty good on resistances, actually, in life for where I'm at in the act right now. We're doing pretty good. Yeah, this is gonna be disgusting damage now. What the fuck, dude? Pretty disgusting damage. We haven't even done our second lab yet. So I was about to catch some hand. Yeah, he's gonna about to catch something, that's for sure. I'm out for the night. Have a good run and stream. See you at League Start if you don't stream tomorrow. Alright, Drip, take it easy, dude. If I stream tomorrow, it's almost certainly not going to be PoE. It'll be some chill other stuff. Decompressing before Friday, but yeah. See you, man. I have a long-standing tradition of not really streaming PoE the night before the league. I don't know if it's like superstitious, but like I'll either play another game or I just won't stream. I like to have one night off to just kind of reset my brain for the league start. Yeah, that's... The beasts are no joke, dude. Beasts are no joke. Thanks, Sai, for the follow. What in the world was... Why was I... It's like I was rubber banding, but I wasn't. I don't know. Hand pink way. Yeah, the hand cam. Yeah. It's the hand cam. Every which way but the right way. I'm going Delve and League Mechanic Hardcore SSF. Which name is better? Are we doing names now? Here's a question. Should we pick a theme, guys, that we all name our characters after? Delve and Dive? Ooh. The scream seems brighter than the stream. That's funny. I do have a lamp right behind everything. We should, like in the past, my buddies and I have done something like, one of my favorite ones was we all had to name our characters something after Mountain Dew. So it had to be names of Mountain Dew, like sodas. And I was Mountain Dew Infinite Swirl for Cyclone. Maybe we could do something like that. Something interesting. Code Red, yeah. Well, our buddy was playing Molten Strike of Zenith and he was Code Red. Dust Devil Deller. Dust Devil Deller. It's kind of hard on the tongue. What is this chest? Ooh. What are the odds I can link this in 11 fusings? What do you guys think? Give it a shot. Never lucky.
Need something? See you.
You found them!
Alright, let's grab all this. Let's sell items.
Bring me back something nice.
You're out. Hey, appreciate it, dude. Stay hydrated. Always hydrated. Alright.
Orbit's going.
Nope. No significant changes in any way to the build. It's pretty much a lot like what it was in 3.28. My loot filter is designed around, actually it's designed around trade right now with elements of SSF for the campaign based on like items dropping that you want for gear. So the leveling part of the filter is got bases highlighted that you'd want for leveling. And then once you get to maps, it's like basically a trade filter. Dude, this weapon is cracked. Cracked weapon. The Blessed Run.
That's a flask.
That is a flask. Oh, where is... I've been noticing the quest items spawning pretty reliably close to the zone we have to do for skill point boss, so it's been an interesting observation. This weapon is good enough to craft the next tier of fizz when you get it. Yeah, it is. It actually is.
Blessing.
Oh, we don't want to do that. I gotta jump back over there. You kill out bandits? Not during the campaign. You can do it on softcore, but because I'm playing a hardcore, I help Alira, and then eventually down the road I swap it to kill all. But having like the plus 15 from Alira as well as Purity is really good. Oh, the extra 10% quality is gonna be good on everything, dude. But especially your active skills. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. How important is the Forbidden Flame? Ooh, first map, by the way. Well, I wonder when you bought Forbidden Flame, because Forbidden Flame was not 700 Divine when I bought it. If you waited till maybe the end of the league, it was 700 Divine. But when I got my Flame and Flesh, they were like, I think one was 70 Divine, the other was like 200. You can't really wait too long on those. You have to try to make currency to buy them, but if you wait too long, the economy might eclipse you on that. But if you want to be able to do, if you just want to, if you just want to like do most content, you don't need them. But if you want to comfortably do like juiced T17 maps or like deep delve or various other things where you need to be really tanky, they are a noticeable upgrade along with Upper Genesis for sure. But if you're not planning to do like Delirious T17s or Deep Delve or various other things, you can probably get away with not using them. But even like in a regular Nightmare map, it's going to feel pretty bad without the extra like almost 30% attack and spell block. What you have going to your advantage is it is a spellcaster league, so potentially they'll be a lot cheaper because there'll be less demand. But who knows? Who can say how things will go? They're one of those things that you want to prioritize. You don't want the economy to eclipse it. If you wait too many weeks without like getting that. It shouldn't be the first thing that you get, obviously, and it won't be because they're expensive, but you can't be like waiting till like week 7 to pick those up. They're just going to climb in price as the league goes on. Oh, we are about to get the 50% recipe. Oh, upgrade, baby, upgrade. Alright guys, are we gonna hit 99 on this? Oof. We got the worst possible roll. We got 80. But still, that got us to 423. 423 PDPS, so another 19%. That's going to be like a 550 or 450, 470 range PDPS weapon before we even get to maps. It's fucking bananas. Bananas. Who needs yielding mortality? Just play SSF to make a weapon. And if I score a 5 link, blasting.
Yes?
A 101 life, 27 fire resist, strength and intelligence, double the armor. Ooh.
Good luck.
Double the armor. That's so much fizz mitigation. We can do mark on hit now?
What can we do for you?
It's a pretty good start to. I think we used up all of our Friday luck, guys. I think we don't have any Friday luck left. I don't know what's going on right now. Pretty crazy. Okay. Be never lucky legit. That's insane. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think we go do lab, I guess. Yeah, this remains all physical. Alright, what are the odds we get ground slam of earth shaking? Is it the true blessed run? I get it more often than not. I'm not a fan of what my computer is doing right now with these latency spikes on Azaro, so we're probably gonna just reset fucking lab, because that's death right there. That is fucking death. Let's open up a new lab. Oh. Let's open up the right lab. Helps if we open up the right lab. Don't have the discipline. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with it, but it's ultimately risk mitigation. Risk mitigation. That's what playing hardcore is. Oh yeah, I think we got the damage, guys. I think we got the damage. Guys, we still have to go through an entire day before we can play the league. Crazy. Actually crazy. I was just thinking about that. We still have to get through all of tomorrow to get to Friday. Half a day till it starts. I'll be asleep during that half part. I'm staying up really late tomorrow night, and I'm gonna sleep in pretty late on Friday before league. Night shift until tomorrow. Should wake up just in time for the beginning. Yep. I'm gonna hit my end of my week hours tomorrow, and then I'm going to take a nap tomorrow afternoon. Wake up really late at night. I'm gonna game or do something. Might stream. We'll see. And then I'm gonna go back to sleep at like, I don't know, super late Thursday night going into Friday. Yeah, I fully expect my first stream to be crazy. What's up, Napper? I know you like naps. Isn't that fitting? Forget the world exists. Yeah. What are your plans for the league, Napper? Another SSF? What build are you playing? Schedule those 5-time coffees through Friday. Yeah, we're gonna need some serious camping. You doing the mercenary stuff? Yeah. I'm going to target farm mercenaries when I play SSF on launch. I think they're going to be great for gear options for us early on. There's a silver key. I was kind of joking around that tomorrow I might like look at POB and put together like a Cyclone Scion and maybe try leveling it without ascendancies and see how good it is, and if it's like actually okay, that would just be amplified by mercenaries. Get to gear 2 characters at once, pretty much.
Must keep, though the Empire awaits you with open arms.
Ooh. Alright guys, we're gonna have to sacrifice one of our red gems. I'm giving up. I'm nominating Blood and Sand. The Witch was a bust. Alright, it's as easy as this, guys. Never easy. Yeah, the Witch was a bit of a bust.
Yes.
Actually, I don't want to do that. Let's do double life blast for now. But I can give up the mana, I think. Okay. Onward and forward. Start standard Ruthless tomorrow? Yeah, the only problem with starting standard Ruthless is like... Oh, Blood and Sand, that's fair. I don't have Portal Scrolls though. That's fine. We're at the beginning of his zone. The only problem with that is you can't really play Cyclone on it till you get the support gems to drop. So, I don't know. I'm thinking tomorrow, honestly, is going to be like a non-PoE stream if I do stream. And if I do stream, it's going to be some other game or just something chill. Maybe I just go over PoE for a little bit and stuff, but I really don't normally stream PoE the night before. I usually take a break because I'm going to go really hard over the weekend. But we'll see. Maybe that'll change with this league. Kill that guy every run, and there's no reason to do it. It's just like something I do when I play. New crafting mechanic looks sick. It does indeed look sick. Thanks, Tim, for the follow. Get enough chaos orbs, I can try to re-roll the staff. I literally got the worst possible roll for that mod, so easily get a lot more damage. Zone is never ending. Here we go. There is nothing changing with mana on this build for the most part. The crafts that we use on our rings and amulet aren't the mods that you're thinking of. That Soul Eater is kind of terrifying. Go away, please. You can go away, Mr. Soul Eater. Come back another day. Yeah, mana sustain is not that bad with Cyclone. We have ways to solve it. This is the scariest mini boss right here that we're about to do. Actually terrifying. Okay. Oh, nope. Go back over here. Yeah. She spew that shit at me. There we go. So crazy that I don't have portal scrolls. Ooh, we could use a better chest, actually. Could use a better chest.
Freedom comes to them.
Fair wind.
Yeah, let's see if we can gamble something real quick.
Oh,
I'd say that's better. Can we hit a blue on there? See, one blue, two red. Come on. Come on. There it is. Okay.
Hello.
How many chaos orbs do I have? Not enough for craft. Alright, let's go do stuff. Act 10. Finish strong-ish. When the league launches, yeah, there'll be no socket color requirements to be able to link an item or put a gem set up in links in an item. Instead, if you match colors, you get a 10% quality to the gem that's in that socket. Can I not get through here? What? Cow orb. Might be Cyclone Star for you. Played slams too much. Slams are fun though, but yeah. Cyclone is a vibe. Void Shockwave is going to be nice for like pretty much everything we do, but yeah, Abyss farming could be a lot of fun, and who knows how profitable it'll be. Thanks, Woom, for the follow. Much appreciated. Nah, you have decent bulk by the time you get in. What you really need is a Rumi's Flask. But bulk's really not a problem. Rumi's just makes it really good. People just compare Cyclone in their head to what it was like back in Legion, and they can't accept that it could be possibly good. That's what it boils down to. Because it'll never be like it was in Legion. It's always a B or C tier in everyone's head for some dumb reason. Like for like an irrational reason. I think it's because it's slower, generally speaking, early on. I think that single target damage is fine. I think it's slower early on. Between General's Cry and Shockwave and Cyclone now, all working in conjunction, single target really isn't the issue. Well, no, you're not, but yeah, you can say that about a lot of builds though. Like, you're not wrong about the melee archetype. Then you could say for spells there's like 2 or 3 things also like people are gonna play for just rushing Eater, Exarch Eater. I think a lot of times people forget that, like, how many people do you think kill Exarch and Eater on day 1 playing this game? How many people do you think have actually killed Exarch and Eater by day 3 of a league playing this game? I guarantee you the numbers are infinitesimally smaller than you think they are. So for experienced players that have been playing for years, yeah, you play the meta, you play whatever, you rush stones. I don't think people understand how many people, like the vast majority of players don't even get to like 93 in a league. Like, it's so when we're talking about like what is the best or the meta or whatever, you're not wrong. If you think the majority of players are actually doing that though, that's the misconception. Most players are going to vastly outgear the campaign like stuff. Right, but for every one of you, Texas, that's doing that, there's like 10,000 people playing the league that won't fight Exarch or Eater till day 5. I'm just trying to say that, like, for most players, they vastly outgear Exarch Eater, and they play whatever build they're playing, and they go in and kill it, right? That you play a different type of build for rushing stone bosses on day 1 than you do on whatever. And I have killed Exarch and Eater. I've done it on stream here on this build in less than 9 hours from a fresh character. Is it way easier on slams? You're 100% right. But you can pretty much kill Exarch and Eater on any build in like 9 hours or less, 7 hours or less, 6 hours or less, depending on how fast you are, right? You can kill Exarch and Eater on any skill in the game, pretty much, the majority of it, under 6 hours if you're a speedrunner. Like, you don't need, like, the damage needed is not really a factor. If you're arguing the average player doing it, the average player doesn't even kill Exarch or Eater till like day 4. So, and they're vastly outgeared when they go in and do the fights at that point. So it's one of those things where you're not wrong mathematically, and the kills will be far quicker on slams. You're absolutely right. But I hate this concept of like, oh, it's going to just be better. Well, yes, it'll be better, but like, I don't know, like, what's his name? Tuda or whatever? The speedrunner Tuda? He goes and kills, like, he runs every skill in the game and does, like, you know, his 1 stone or 2 stone runs. And he'll play every skill in the game. And sometimes you watch him fight Exarch or Eater and the fights last like 3 or 4 minutes, right? Because damage is really low. But he still kills the bosses and gets the void stones in like 5 hours on a fresh character. So if your argument is the boss would be trivialized by slams, you're right. If you're saying it's like a speed thing, that's up to the player and how quickly they get through the campaign. Because if I have Tudal play Cyclone, he's killing Exarch Eater in 5 hours. If I'm playing Cyclone, I'm killing Exarch Eater in 9 hours, right? If we're talking about speed, it's really efficiency of the campaign and Atlas progression versus the skill. I have to say that. If you're talking just the boss fight, then yes, you're right. Like, slams would be best. Whatever spell skill would be best. Like, you're not wrong about that. I just think sometimes people conflate how quickly you can get 2 stones or 1 stone, and they just say, and they forget the variable of, like, a lot of it is how quickly you get through the campaign and how quickly you do all that other shit. Yeah. I'm just trying to say, like, your argument, if your argument is it's easier to kill a boss with a skill, you're right. If your argument is you're gonna have, like, it's gonna be like you're gonna progress your Atlas faster and all this other stuff, that is always up to the player, not just the skill. Because there are people that can play this game way faster. You could give the best skill, the most cracked, broken skill to a player, and then you can have a speedrunner play like a C-tier skill, and they're gonna beat Exarch Eater 5 times faster than the other player. And I think that's like what I'm trying to say is, like, you're not wrong though by saying that the boss fight will be way easier on like something like slams on day 1. You're absolutely right. But then remember, Aloha did Cyclone with Axe and killed Exarch, or he killed Eater in like under 5 hours and was blasting the boss during the fight. Go watch Aloha's like Cyclone. So you can also play Cyclone Axe and go all offense, no defense, and you can just blast through Atlas progression and kill Eater in like 4 hours and 40 minutes. And when you look at his damage on that fight, it's not, well, it's his build, Texas. It's not just necessarily him, it's the build that he was playing. His actual damage when he went in to do the fight was the damage, right? So, but he played like all offense, you know, Axe. So once again, it's also how you build the skill, how you build the character. You know, there's a lot of factors to it. But I think sometimes people forget that they played this game for years and they think that their experiences about how they have a day one is how like most players are going to have a day one. Most players aren't even going to be in maps in day one. Most players won't finish the campaign until day 2. Most players won't be in T16s until day 3 or day 4. That's the average. That's like probably 85 to 90% of people that are playing the league. They won't even touch T16s until like day 3. That's like Sunday. That's most players. That's like probably 120,000 of the people playing this league won't be in T16s until like day 3. And by then their character is so powerful because they've just been gearing it for 3 days, and then they go in and they blast the bosses with whatever skill they're playing. There's a lot of factors that go into what makes something good and what makes something not good, you know. But yes, if we were to look at like, yeah. Yeah. No, and you're absolutely right. Like if you were to look, like if you were to rack and stack all the melee skills and just look at like, you know, day 1, I would agree with you. Like slams are going to be the fastest. I would know if I would say the fastest through campaign and leveling Atlas progression, because you have someone like Aloha that shows you can do it with Cyclone fast. But I think they'll be probably the best damage on a boss fight for sure. Like if you just take a snapshot of the boss fight, slams are going to take the cake on day 1. They're probably going to take the day. They're like slams are probably going to do the most damage for several days, right? Day 1, day 2, 3. Like slams are probably the best damage on that stuff. Ooh. I got tickled. So you're not wrong. What I'm trying to get across is like, once again, like, right, but why would you need 30 million damage to do a Void Stone boss? That's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying? What I'm trying to get at is like, I think people overestimate the damage they need to do Void Stone bosses, right? I've killed Eater with like 500k damage. Now the fight was really long, but I've done it, right? So it's like, I just think that people overestimate what they actually need to do to get to T16s and get 4 Void Stones. And you can do it on any skill, and you can do it in a day. It's more about how efficiently you get through the campaign and how you progress the Atlas and how you farm the stuff you need to actually do the said content. Yeah. Yeah, I would say probably like slam scale better the first few days. I think that after a couple days, I think Cyclone is going to be comparable. Like when I push my build on trade, in 2 weeks I've got into like 250 million damage. So I think at that point it's like, you know, but at that point I've finished the league. You know, at that point I'm pretty much done with the league. There's also that factor too. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess what I'm ultimately getting at is I feel like unfortunately a lot of people never try other things or do other stuff in this game because they think that you only are able to play one thing and do stuff. Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, like right now, granted, I probably could have shaved 30 minutes off this run by not being exhausted from a day of work and stopping to chat, but you know, my best run so far has been like 4.5 hours leveling on my build, and then you know, I was in, I think, what was it, yesterday or the day before, we were in T16s in 6 hours playing my build, like 6.5 hours. So once again, it depends on how fast the player is. And yeah, it depends on like how fast the player is and how comfortable you are with the build, how comfortable you are with the game. But like, ultimately, a lot of how quickly you get void stones done and how the bosses are how easy they are and how your damage is scaled, there's so many factors to that, you know. Does Void Shockwave add significant clear or just more damage? It does both. Void Shockwave is an amazing gem. It's only a single target loss, Chris, in like the far end game. Like, if you're talking about like just killing like, say, regular Shaper, Eld, or whatever, there's no reason to switch your gems for that. It's really only Uber Pinnacle bosses and T17s at that level of damage does swapping DPS supports matter. Because once again, if you like go and kill normal Shaper or Maven or whatever, once you have that kind of loadout and you're like 100 million plus damage, it doesn't matter, you're blasting the boss. Yeah, I agree, Texas, for sure. And like I said, you're not wrong. Like day one, if you take the speed and efficiency of the campaign run aside, and you just look at somebody fighting Eater or Exarch with Cyclone versus Slams versus anything else, Cyclone is probably doing the less damage of everything, right? It's probably going to be the most annoying and longest fight out of all the other skills. But like, you know, also, if I get to Voidstone bosses in 6 hours and the guy on Slams isn't as good as I am at leveling and mapping and he gets there in 9, then I win. Thanks, Death Ward, for the follow. You think Cyclone is the Winter Orb of Melee this patch? Why do you say that? Cyclone didn't even get buffs. In progression sense? Okay. I think you might know this better than us, Texas, but is it still like the optimal play is to actually press your cries versus automating them? Is it still, that's the best damage? Until echoes? Oh, the helm? Yeah. I figured as much. That echoes helm looks pretty cracked though, right? That's a pretty good helm. I haven't played Slams. I should play Slams once just to see. Alright, what are we looking at right now? My resistances are actually pretty good. I'm gonna go do this map. Oh, I have 2 skill points I can claim back in town. I forgot to grab those. Bleed Slam is just full automation. It's much more comfy. When does bleed start to fall off? When you hit dot, is it basically when you reach, if you can reach dot cap, basically it falls off once hit can scale with crit, I'm assuming? That's how that works. Alright guys, we're gonna do our first map. Like, I feel like bleed slams would be great all the way through everything, but eventually crit takes over with hit. You never play past day 3. Gotcha. Alright guys, so this is what you can expect it to look like when you do your first map coming out of the campaign. MTX before map. Oh, do we have to get that going? I guess we should not neglect the MTX, right? That is fair. Should not neglect the MTX. We'll fix MTX after this map. Need a whirlpool? Dude, we need like a water themed We need like a water-themed MTX. We have Sharknado, I guess. But I feel like because it's the all flame, I have to go with the ghost flame. I feel like that is what we have to do. Glad is a really solid day 4 build this patch. I've never done charge stacking before, Texas, so I'm not sure how I would build that. I'd have to look into it. How do I not have portal scroll still? What is going on, game? Alright. To the hideout we go. Alright, so for MTX guys, this will be the MTX I'm rocking for 3.29. I'll preview it to you guys right now. But essentially we're gonna be playing Pirate Lord in honor of the league. Alright, so it looks a little bit like this.
Hello.
Dude, MTX loadouts would be so dope. Would be so good. Ooh, the spiky boys hurt. What's my armor at? Why do they hurt so much? Oh, you know what? It's because I don't have endurance charges yet. It'll feel better once I have endurance charges in a few levels. Honestly, what I might do, since my damage is so fucking cracked right now, is take these 4 points here and stick them into some of that, and then yeah, we'll drop 1 life node for guaranteed endurance charges. That's the play, I think. And just like that, we have endurance charges. should help out quite a bit. I also need to move over to using Assassin's Mark. Poachers is probably fine for a little bit because it does give us some good leech. Somehow I still don't have portal scrolls. Wild.
Greetings.
I might just go try to buy some in town. Also, we gotta set up our map tab. The stash is so fucked right now. Okay, that's better. Let's go grab some maps. Just a baby map.
Approach, challenger.
What's up, user per?
Enough of this! Damn you!
No map drops. What is this game? Ooh, we might be able to craft a better weapon. Yes, indeed. Alright. Anything's better than what we currently have. 84%? Get the fuck out of here. Alright. Incrementally better, I guess.
Greetings.
Ah, what?
Thanks, by the way, Texas, for the follow. Yeah, guys, I probably should crash soon. I do have one last day of work tomorrow before we take our very long weekend. But I wanted to show you guys just leveling the build on hardcore again. I think it went pretty well. A little bit slower. My record so far the past week has been 4.5 hours. Today was a little over 5, but I did work a very long shift before I started stream, so it's a little loopy tonight. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what it'll look like when you get to maps. Just pretty chill, even on hardcore SSF. This boss is kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. Never really know. Make sure you have a bleed flask. And even then, he fucking trucks with his shotgun shit he's about to do right now. Fucking terrifying. Yeah, this boss is... Yeah, fuck this guy. I strongly agree. Like, this guy is so annoying, and he, like, is so rippy. Yeah, there it is. There's that bleed. He's just an annoying boss. We got him though. This is like some of these maps to me are like one and done. Like I go in and I do them. Like core with Malachi, it's a one and done. Like, I will never run that map again. I don't give a fuck. I do it once for the Atlas completion and that's it. Never again. Oh, dude, yeah. Fuck possessed bosses. Hey, Portal Scroll. Do I send it? I'm gonna slam this thing, this god staff that we have. +1 level socket gems. It's not bad actually.
Orb of alteration. Orb of spelling.
If I have to stay in heist a little longer to get the replica Alberons and the amulet, it's still doable on Xbox. The hardest part for us is running that many labs to get the attribute jewels. But if we can do all 40 challenges with this, so I'm going for it. I did it on trade nameless, so I don't even want to try to contemplate. Like if I'm doing deep delve, it's gonna be hardcore trade that I start out with instead of hardcore SSF because yeah, I don't even want to. You are a straight up gangster for trying to consider doing that on SSF. All the power to you. Is the filter progression 3.28 campaign no sound straight to Mirage trade? I swapped to the trade one at maps, but I think I must have missed one in between. I set up that filter for basically Mirage trade. Filters pretty much aren't going to be updated until Filter Blade updates their stuff probably tomorrow, going into Friday morning. So I wouldn't expect filters until at the very latest a few hours before leagues start on Friday. I think I'll have to convert just to finish the challenges because I'm not doing all that shit to get Mage Blood. Yeah. That Delve build is not an SSF loadout. For sure. Ezomite staff. Ezomite staff.
Hello.
"17 attack speed, global crit multi." Alright guys, I think that's it for tonight. I gotta get some sleep for work. Yeah. Level 1 to maps was about 5 hours. A couple maps. This is the build. I might stream tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do on stream tomorrow. I typically don't play PoE the night before a league, so I might review my PoB and we might maybe talk about a few things. I'll probably just end up streaming some random game if you guys want to see it or not, but usually I may not even stream tomorrow. I usually take the night off before league, and I'm planning to go incredibly hard this weekend. Like my Friday stream is probably going to start right at hour or two before league launch, and we're probably going to go to Saturday morning at least. It's going to be a long stream. So yeah, I appreciate all the support, guys. I really do. And yeah, do have a crafting guide for the Spirit Blade. The Spirit Blade for the Delve build. Basically what I did was I got the Spirit Blade, I used a Hunter's Orb on it, and then I harvest rolled it until I got the Chaos prefixes I wanted. It took a lot of juice. It's probably a more efficient way to do it, but that's what I did. But yeah guys, I may or may not be on tomorrow. We'll see how I feel after work, and if I do stream, it'll be something pretty chill. Yeah, I'm super excited, guys. We got like just a little over a day. I'll catch you all later. Have a good night, good morning. Thank you.